Now broadcasting from the Next Gen Conservative Studio in sunny South Florida, bringing you the latest in politics, current events, and pop culture. This is the Whitfield Report with Sam Whitfield.
Howdy, howdy. Everyone. Another rotation around the sun.
That's right.
Howdy,
You're
howdy.
still here. You're alive. You made it. You won. Good job.
We hey, how about that how about the Iowa caucus, huh?
Yeah. Unlike us who made it, DeSantis's career didn't.
Man, and I also learned that Nikki can't count either.
Hey,
Definitely
if you're
can't.
having polling problems, DeSantis feels bad for you, son. They got 99 counties and he ain't got a lead in one.
Yeah.
I've been saving
But
that one. God damn it.
anyway, happy birthday to me.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Happy birthday, Sam.
Thank
What are
you.
you, 70 now?
I know I give Mortheous shit for being the old man, but like I'm not quite that old, but I'm old enough to remember when you still had to use Ethernet cables, so that's something.
Back in my day.
I still use cables. What are you talking about? If you're a gamer, you're not using Wi-Fi. I mean, let's be real.
That's true.
Absolutely.
My sisters who are significantly younger than I am, like they're actual children, that they called me right before the show, and to an 11 and 7-year-old, the fact that I'm 29, that makes me ancient. So yes.
If you're ancient, what are Max and I?
Oh God. Probably. Well, I would say that you guys are dust, except for the fact that our father, the father
in
of my
heaven?
son.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Jesus is only 33. So
That's right.
But no, I mean my biological dad is 62. My stepdad is 70. He doesn't look it, and my mom she's ageless. So
I believe my parents are 60 now.
damn.
What was that? Yeah, 63. Yeah, 60.
Yeah, mom is 60 and stepfather is 65 or 66.
You got to remember, Sam, I'm the oldest of my half siblings, and also I am the product of an unwed teenage mother. So.
Oh yeah. I think you've told me that before.
Would you say that you're a teenage dirtbag, Max?
I was definitely a teenage dirtbag, although I thought the song was pretty gay. Because I was into heavier music, and it was
Yeah,
pop.
but I had to get the joke out.
Yeah, you did.
Did you to paraphrase my favorite band, did you grow up in a teenage wasteland?
No, I was too edgy for that. To paraphrase one of my favorite artists, I was a devil without a cause.
Yeah. So
And you ain't never met a motherfucker quite like me. And only God knows. I'm gonna Kid Rock until you shut me up, Sam.
listen, I actually unironically listen to Kid Rock, so like yeah, I'm down for that. But man, it's been a great birthday week, I have to say. Monday we had Steve Stratton on, who unlike Secret Agent Man is like an actual like
well, I
black ops.
said he's an American hero, and I stand by that.
Yeah.
And if anybody disagrees with me, you can fight me, I guess. Like,
No disagreement here.
yeah. Because we respect people who have served their country here. I get so sick and tired of a lot of the vet hate that I see from people. But it gets real easy to get tired out by people like Secret Agent Man, right? Who are just so full of shit, and everybody knows it. But everybody's like, that's the thing with him, is everybody was just kind of afraid to call him on it because it just doesn't seem worth it. But for me, it's worth it because I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
But no, Steve, that was a great interview, and a lot of interesting topics. It seems like people are only interested in one topic that you talked about, though. So
Yeah,
Sam
which
is
is
now the head fucking drug warrior, apparently. I was unaware of this.
I was unaware of this too. Essentially all I said is yeah, like I
I'm about
agree.
to get fired, ladies and gentlemen. Sam is like
the
drug warrior, and I'm screwed.
Well, I mean, you and I both agree though that like the cartels need to go. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
one
that's
of
why
my
like
primary reasons that I've advocated for legalizing pot specifically is because it has an oversized impact on the cartel's income, right? And so if we took off the table Mexican weed, that would dent them. That would be like 30% of most of the cartel's income.
But spoiler, Max. What's funny about that is you actually the people who are flipping out about Steve actually he actually must have turned off the podcast before he said that taking away the cartel's weed revenue would cripple them, which would mean legalizing it.
And we were just talking about this off air. The problem is the new cartel that's taking over that in the states that legalize it is the government, and their management of it is, let's just say it runs the gamut depending on what state you're in. So you and I were just talking about this, and I had not had it put as concrete as this before. So you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that an eighth of marijuana in Colorado legally at a shop, your average price you cited would probably be around $80.
$60 to $80 from what I've heard from various.
So for 3.5 grams. Now,
and here in New York, it's 80 to 100.
80 to 100. Then that's an eighth, right? Not an ounce or.
Correct.
Yeah.
So here in Massachusetts, it's after tax $13. I mean, I don't. So is the tax in Colorado like cigarette tax is like 800%? Is it like that? Because that's insane to me. And it's no wonder Colorado's having a problem with the black market, right?
Yeah. Well, from what
they've been out competing that for fucking 70 years.
Yeah.
There's a reason a dime bag's called a dime bag. It's because it costs $10.
Yeah. Well, so Steve lives in the area. He actually lives in the area where I grew up, around there. And what he was telling me was, and I knew this, but so when weed was first proposed in Colorado, the big thing is all the tax revenue would go towards education and fixing Denver public schools and
of course then it just goes into the general fund of the state and they use it for whatever they want, right? Well, that's true here.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it has gone right back into the weed industry too.
Of course.
Instead of, and Paulus, who I'm sorry folks, but he is not a moderate Dem. He is just like Gavin Newsom. And yeah, that's I mean, I haven't lived in Colorado for like a decade at this point, but like that's what my friends and family tell me is that he's pretty much like Gavin Newsom. I mean, what I'm saying is Colorado could like drop the price of wheat if they want, but they're not going to because they enjoy all of the tax revenue from it, and that's why it's so expensive. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like the part of what makes weed unique from other drugs, okay, is that it is so easy to produce in large amounts, and that's why it's always been on the cheaper side. Like I said, the idea of a dime bag or a nickel bag, even like people my age don't really know, but like if you talk to like boomers and shit who boomer hippies, a nickel bag was a common occurrence. That's a $5 bag. Do you know what a nickel bag in like the 60s and 70s and 80s would have been? An eighth.
Like,
and that's the black market. So if they can produce it for that, because they're not paying all these because the thing is the weed industries get subsidized by the state too. That's kind of what you're saying. It goes back in, and it just ends up being this clusterfuck. Over here, I mean, the tax on pot, I've mentioned this before for Massachusetts, is the same as the sales tax. So basically you pay sales tax twice, okay? And then the local jurisdiction can put a tax on it as well. So my city has like I think it's like a 3% tax that's through the city. So it's like 7% sales tax, 7% pot tax, 3% local pot tax. So in total, yeah, it's something like 17%, which I would consider very high. But the only way Colorado, if it really is $80 an eighth, then that means they're doing something like a fucking 800% tax, which is insane. Just like cigarettes, right? And the reason they tax cigarettes that highly is to try and socially engineer people to stop smoking. You would think that the new industry that they've just built up, they wouldn't want to drive people away from it, but that's insane to me. I've not. I knew it was more expensive than it is here, but good Lord. I cited $13. I will confess that is not the average price through the area. That's what my local shop charges. They have a sale every day, and each day it'll be a different kind of pot, and it's always an eighth for $13. And they even the fun thing about a lot of the pot places here is they price it so that after tax it comes out to an even amount. Right. So when I say $13, when I walk in there, I hand them exactly $13 and no change, and that's what it costs. Now, if I take that sale part out of it, if I go to any shop in my area or in this state, the average price for an eighth is going to be just around $20, which is that's on point to what the black market charges. Actually, in a lot of cases, that $13 is cheaper than what the black market can offer. And guess what? We don't have much of a black market anymore. Go figure.
I'd be good with 20.
Yeah, 20s. I mean, that's what you would expect, right? That means, I mean, so 80, between 60 and 80, average, we'll average it at 70 at 3.5 grams, which is what an eighth of an ounce is. It's $10 a gram, like, or no, it's $20 a gram. Basically, $20 a gram.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
That's cocaine prices. That's cocaine prices. That's not pot prices at all. It's no wonder that the black market, or technically it's a gray market, right? Because it's not illegal to possess, whatever you want to call it. The gray / black market in Colorado is crushing the legal shops. Here, it's the other way around. And like it's so much more expensive that way that you can't even get to the point where you're looking at the benefits. And one of the benefits I talk about here, I didn't used to buy weed for like 10 years. I never bought weed, right? Because I don't want to deal with criminals.
Right. No, and that's the other thing is like Steve was not actually bashing like you know weed smokers like inadvertently. He was bashing the cartels and whatnot, and for a very good reason, because I mean his mother was killed by the cartels while on vacation. So I mean,
and that's
yeah.
fucking horrible, right?
Yeah,
And
that
but the cartels are killing thousands of Americans every day just through fentanyl, right? This is
Yeah.
yeah, it is a problem. And when he said, he said that he would basically ramp up the drug war, he meant literal war on the cartels. That's what he said. I don't know. Maybe the listeners kind of got triggered. I don't know. I listened to it.
And yeah, and granted, I mean, don't misunderstand. A lot of the listeners overall loved, a lot of the listeners did listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I'd only seen positive feedback. What you were
Yeah.
saying was new to me. That's why I wanted to kind of hash it out. And I said,
No, I mean,
right before we went on air, did I not just say, well, I'm probably going to surprise some people then because I'm going to defend him? Because he was right.
Yeah, I mean,
he was absolutely right.
Yeah. He is right. I mean, that also just goes to show though that like, and we all do this to a certain extent, I guess, but people do like to cherry pick, and I guess in this case, the people who don't necessarily like this show or maybe don't like him for whatever reason chose to cherry pick this one thing. So but
I could, it might be a little bit like our fault, my fault maybe in particular, is that I've been so anti-drug war, right? But what he's talking about isn't what I mean. He's talking about a war on the cartels smuggling drugs into the country. My problem with the drug war is the targeting, and this is one of those things that a lot of fucking conservatives will get mad at me about, but it's fucking true. The targeting of black communities with fucking policing drugs specifically to target the black community. We can do better than that, okay? The reason that drugs are so rampant in these inner city black communities is because the government wants it that way, and that's fucked. The drug war should be at the border. Well, and what we're doing for the fucking addicts who are a fucking victim of this cartel drug war is offering, rehab and, I'm sorry, but putting them in jail for indefinite periods of time, all it has done is broken that community and the poor white community is right?
Yeah.
Now you have fathers in jail for what? For having a fucking joint on them? Now the child grows up without a dad?
Fuck
that shit.
And like I honestly
I side very heavily with libertarians on this particular issue, obviously.
No, yeah. And as do I. I want to point out, as you said, though, like our whole entire conversation that Steve and I had was related to pretty much the border and how we need to take the drug war to the border, which, by the way, who else has said that we need to take
if you have a problem with that, you must have a problem with Donald Trump. Right?
Yeah.
Because not only is that something he said, he actually did it as president. He was actually going after them. He was having bank accounts closed and all kinds of things at the border. We do need to stop them from smuggling ungodly amounts of fentanyl in it.
El Chapo, who Steve actually went after when he was in the Green Berets, El Chapo actually, I believe, put out a hit on Trump, right? In 2017 or what?
He declared war, whatever you want to fucking call it. He said that they should kill Trump. Yeah. And that's because he was going after them, and they were really actually scared of it. Because that's the federales in Mexico can't do much, but Trump was helping empower them. having our
Yeah.
DEA guys go down there and train them and shit. The problem too is half the federales are corrupt. They're on the cartel's payroll.
Yeah. It's
It's
amazing.
Probably more like all.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people watched that show Narcos and took like the wrong thing away from that. So
I've not seen that one, but that's me with everything, isn't it? I've not seen
no,
my
well,
answer to fucking everything.
That show's pretty good, actually.
it is, but like if you're one of these Zoomer types that is like, oh, oh fuck, what's the Colombian guys? I'm blanking. Damn it! I guess this is what happens when you get old, right? Horror. Oh, Pablo Escobar.
The first
All
thing
these
that goes
Zoomers
with
are
your
like,
mind.
Pablo. All these
For it to go, he
Zoomers
would have had
were
to
like,
have it to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, look,
very
like
funny.
the thing with the drug lords, right? You talk about like Pablo Escobar, you talk about Noriega, you talk about Chapo, right? These guys, these big cartel drug lords. It's easy to make them cool rock stars, right? Because the drug war is so awful that it seems like they might be the underdog, right? But the problem is they're making the drug war worse on both ends. You know, they don't care how many people end up OD'd and in prison because of the product they're importing. They know that there's a market for it. They know that it's worth way more than it should be. And by the way, the reason that drugs are expensive, you know, we're talking about the Colorado thing being expensive, but the reason that drugs are expensive is not anything to do with production. They're very cheap. Cocaine is really, really cheap to produce. Ungodly cheap. But the risk is what you're paying for. The risk of all the people along the chain, the risk of the guy that grew the coca leaf, the risk of the fucking guys that produced the cocaine through the fucking drug labs in the jungle. The risk, because if they get busted, even in Colombia, that shit ain't legal, they'll be fucked, right? Then they got to move it through at least 3 or 4 South American country borders where it is illegal. And yeah, they're maybe not the greatest borders in the world, but if they get caught, they're really, really, you think they'd be fucked here? Imagine getting fucked in a Mexican prison. You know what I'm saying? And so all that risk, that's what you're paying for. You're paying for all the risk of all the middlemen that got the fucking product from beginning to your consumption of it. And it's very, very expensive because yes, the risk they're putting on it is literally their life or the rest of their life in prison. That's why it's so expensive. And that's why the drug war is fucking bad. You know, it's taking a product that would otherwise probably not even have the same appeal. Like think about, because I use cocaine as an example for a reason. Think about the public perception in America of cocaine, not crack, cocaine. Rich people, party, rock star, Hollywood, business tycoon. Well, that's what it's related to, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's associated with affluence.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well,
it's a cheap plant that grows in the jungle and gets cut with fucking gasoline by, like, if you ever watch how the shit is made, you wouldn't think it's so fucking high class. It's
right.
It's not. Why it's expensive, which was what makes it associated with affluence, is that all these guys faced life in prison or whatever to fucking get it to the States.
Yeah.
And we could cut that fucking problem off at the fucking balls by not allowing people to smuggle it into the States and make a living off of it. Because I'm telling you right now, if we ended the drug war as such, they would die overnight. They'd die overnight. They couldn't afford it anymore. Because then suddenly it's just a cheap like they don't smuggle fucking tobacco. You know what I mean? Because it's cheap. It's not worth shit.
No.
There's no black market for tobacco. Not yet. They keep raising the taxes on tobacco products, and you might see it when we're almost to that point where cigarettes are like $25 a pack. You might see a black market eventually. But because it's so cheap and easy to produce, there's no fucking black market.
Yeah.
And there won't be a black market in pot if we legalize it in most states. At least not a black market. See, the thing is, I kind of ripped on the black market in Colorado, but here's the thing. I bet you almost all of it's being grown there.
Yeah.
Not smuggled in from Mexico.
Probably.
Because I'll tell you this. If you've ever smoked cheap Mexican brickweed, it ain't worth fucking $80 an eighth, I'll tell you that. That shit ain't worth $5 an eighth. That shit is fucking good. Dude, Mexican brickweed is like the bottom of the barrel. But they're making billions off of smuggling it in because we just have a law against it. It's fucking
yeah.
It seems like an easy fix. I mean, it gets tougher when you get to harder drugs, okay? But like, can we just start with stop arresting? Here's a good example: a 40-year-old dad who smokes a joint on the weekend. What is the point of arresting him? What does that do? Why is it such a big thing that he needs to be in prison for? Who is it hurting?
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Can we
Nikki Haley? Yeah, Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, let's let's
Fucker said all the names, damn it.
Let's ask about that. So
yeah. Why does a 40-year-old father who works really hard, has no criminal history, deserve to be in jail because he likes to smoke a joint on a Friday night? If you can't answer that question, then you need to realize to let at least that part of the drug war go. Right?
Yeah.
But I think the whole thing's a failure. I think it's been a waste of tax money, and it's like I said, it's ruined the communities it was supposed to protect.
Yeah.
It's literally ruined generations of families.
And of course, I said to excluding crack when I was talking about cocaine, because of course crack came from the CIA in the 80s into the black communities specifically on purpose.
Well, I mean, it's cool though when Hunter leaves it in the White House. Yeah,
that's cool, but Freeway Ricky Ross is the devil, right? Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
If you don't know, look it up.
Anyway,
he's the guy that exposed that the CIA actually was importing crack into inner cities because he was the one actually doing it for them. And he's been trying to speak out about this for about 25 years. And mainstream media, if you've never heard of him, it's because the mainstream media don't want anything to do with him.
Funny how that works.
Freeway Ricky Ross. There's a rapper named Rick Ross who picked his name, obviously. There's a rapper called Noriega, too. I'm sure there's a rapper called Pablo Escobar as well. But you know what I mean? Because like I said, there is a cool factor to them, in a way. You can make it like it does seem like they're rebels against the system, but they're not. They're predators. They're exploiting people who are, shouldn't be exploited because they don't have much.
Yeah.
They're exploiting the poor and the mentally ill and just the suffering. They're exploiting the people who are suffering.
I mean, look, people glorified Barack Obama, and he droned people in groves, right? So, by the way,
including an American citizen,
and he also prosecuted people for marijuana when he wrote in his book about all the marijuana he smoked and all the cocaine he did.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I love the fact
it's okay for him to experiment, guys. It's okay. And then he can just put everybody else in jail for the same thing that he fucking did, just like Kamala.
Yeah.
I was smoking pot and listening to Tupac. First of all, Tupac hadn't put out an album yet, you stupid fucking cunt. So you're a liar. Second of all, it's so funny that I was smoking pot. What about all those thousands of men you put in prison for smoking pot, and women that you put in prison in California for smoking pot? and then kept them after their fucking sentences to get free labor like slaves. But it's okay for you to smoke a joint and listen to Tupac, isn't it? You fucking whore. Joe and the hoe gotta
Oh,
go.
like slaves there, I said it.
Yeah. By the way, I love the fact that they've now trotted out Obama in Joe Biden's re-election. I love,
You know what?
I love this.
I would too, because he's the second most popular living president.
But no, here's what's even better. They're saying we must resist tyranny.
Who's the first, Sam?
So vote.
Yeah, that is the $1 million question, isn't it? Who is the most popular living president?
Well, we're not on YouTube, so I can say it. Donald J. Trump.
Yep. You know, honestly, like if we were being honest with ourselves, a much fairer fight than Biden-Trump would have been Obama-Trump. I think that's actually the battle.
That one would have been cool to see.
I think it certainly would have been a bit more competitive, I think, even than Hillary. And certainly more competitive than the race with Joe Biden, whatever you think about the outcome.
Oh, even Trump versus Bill Clinton would have been more riveting to watch, because say what you will about Slick Willie, but he was, or as I call him, Pussy Smoke Will.
He want the smoke. You know what I mean?
Hashtag pussy smoke.
I cannot think of Bill Clinton. You ruined Bill Clinton for me, Max. Because now all I can think of when I think of Bill Clinton is hashtag pussy smoke. I was actually thinking of Bill Clinton the entire time that our Craig was doing calculations. So
yeah, well, I mean, you set the scene, right? It's the same scene that was going on in the White House, except Craig's now there with a whiteboard writing fucking equations.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the fake Untitled podcast for like debating the math of it after he was on this show. That was great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I listen to those guys now too. Like their whole people ask me what my take on the whole Harvard thing was with the Harvard president, and I've told people like just go over to that fake Entitled podcast, because they summed up the Harvard thing better than either of us, better than any of us could. And I don't know about Mortheous, but I never went to any of the Ivy Leagues, and I despise the Ivy Leagues, honestly.
Nope, I went to state colleges.
There you go.
It seems that these days it fucking weirds people out to know that I have no higher education whatsoever.
It doesn't weird me out, but I mean,
oh no, it not weird people out, but people don't expect me to actually say that because I'm well spoken and well read.
Yeah,
and it's like, well, I'm self-taught though.
Yeah, you know how to think, as opposed to a lot of these college educated people who they have gender studies degrees, but they can't
the
string
degree
a sentence
I have,
together.
I got it my second go around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've always kind of despised academia even as a kid. Like, honestly, I say what I said then today. Fuck school. I'm a dad now. And I shouldn't have this opinion, but I do. Fuck school. Fuck school. School isn't for everybody. You know, and I understand everybody's got to go through it to some degree, but like I was like to sit down and have a teacher order me to do all the same things as 29 other people. Like inevitably somebody like me is not going to feel comfortable with that. I don't take orders very well. I am a naturally rebellious person, and that caused me nothing but problems in school. And everybody I know who is like that. Look, some people are just naturally like, no, fuck you, and don't take orders well. And if you listen to the pro school people, they'll be like, oh, well, that just means that, you're not going to fit in society, and you're never going to get a job, and you're never going to do this, and you're never going to do that. And it's like, no, I know, like, what do you use from 6th grade?
The fact that I like nothing other than the fact that that's like, I was going to make a joke, but
my answer was going to be, the thing I learned in 6th grade that I still use today is the rules of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
And I learned that by sitting in the back of the class. Okay, we had a teacher, you get the teachers, the male teacher specifically, an older guy who will just go off on a tangent if you get him started on a topic. Our guy, the topic was either the Titanic or World War II. So we would always look up and go out of our way, go into encyclopedias or whatever. And the three of us that did this would always find a question to ask the teacher during first period so that we could sit in the back of the class playing Dungeons and Dragons, and he would be off on his rant and not even notice.
I had a choir teacher in middle school. Yes, I was in the men's choir in junior high, and I had a choir teacher who loved the Beatles, and it was so easy just to get him off on a tangent about the Beatles. It was he was actually a cool dude.
We had to get pretty creative after a while because you run out of easy questions. So that's why, we're looking up very specific Titanic facts so that, because it's like, oh God, we got to play tomorrow. We're halfway through the fucking dungeon. What are we going to ask the teacher? And I swear to God, the whole year, he never figured out what we were doing. He just fell for it every fucking time. And so all I learned through the entirety of 6th grade is the rules of Dungeons and Dragons, 2nd edition.
All right, there is one thing that I learned in 6th grade. 6th grade science teacher, Mr. Brown. Shout out to Mr. Brown. He got us got a bunch of newly hatched snapping turtles that year. I took one home, so I learned how to take care of a snapping turtle.
Yeah, there are things, right? There are things you'll pick up through school, but largely a lot of what is being forced on kids is stuff that ironically they will never need for the rest of their life. Algebra, for one. If you're not going into higher education, I do not understand why algebra and geometry are mandatory. You'll never use that. But you know what they don't teach in school? Economics. You know what they don't teach in school?
Common sense.
How to do your fucking taxes. Did anybody ever tell you how to do your fucking taxes in school?
Nope.
Why is that not a class? This is a thing every fucking American has to do. Do they teach you how to fucking balance a checkbook? No.
Nope.
It's like, well, then what the fuck are you teaching these kids? Gender ideology now. That's
like
now, one of these kids will be able to do their fucking taxes, but they'll be able to tell you all about critical race theory.
Or how many different made-up genders there are.
But it's okay. When they go on welfare, they won't have to pay taxes, so.
Probably true.
Oh, that's not probably. Like, literally, welfare recipients don't pay taxes, so. They don't pay. That's what they want you to be, apparently. The Democrats, at least, and the fucking elite. Why would you have
nothing
to pay
in
tax?
What? Wow. That's another good question. What happens when they run out of rich guys to pay taxes?
They're hoping that their communist revolution happens before that.
But what if it doesn't?
It won't. It's never going to happen. Even Marx knew that. It's not going to happen in America. It's like the idea that the working class in America is going to have a communist revolution. Marx would laugh at that. He did.
Yeah.
He did actively say that that's a stupid idea. And that's why they came around with the Frankfurt School and like cultural Marxists, and that's where you get victim culture from, and aggrieved minority groups. If you really look into it, maybe I'm getting a little too deep off in the weeds, but they needed, look, the white working class of America was never going to rise up because they were pretty well happy. So they had to find other groups to replace them. And they started doing it in the 20s with the flapper movement and the feminists and the first sexual revolution. But what they realized, interestingly enough, that was their first attempt, was the roaring 20s, and that women should be more sexually liberated and stuff. Here was the problem. They went out and got pregnant, and there wasn't as much, like, say, you couldn't be a single mom in 1925. That was a death sentence. So
Yeah.
what did they do? They got knocked up, they got married, and they became moms and grandmas, and more conservative as well. And so the progressives and the cultural Marxists were like, well, we can't do them. So then it was, let's focus on getting the pill, essentially. They'd always called it the pill long before it was created. And, you know, Margaret Sanger was involved in that. There was a woman, I can't remember her name, from like, she was like a Harvard alumni who put a lot of money towards it. And the idea was, if they get the pill, they can do Sexual Revolution Part 2, which they did in the 60s, right? But meanwhile, they were like, well, we also should find other aggrieved groups. And that's where the civil rights movement came from. Yes, the civil rights movement stems from communist agitators. Now, you could argue about the fruits of their labor, but the initial push was a push for destabilization of American culture. And I would argue that once the civil rights movement was kind of done and dusted in like the 70s and 80s, they failed, right? Until now. Race was a lot less of an issue until they made it one again with wokeness. And I want to say it started in basically 2014.
Yeah.
And now they're adding their new favorite outsider group, because again, the straight white males of American working class aren't going to rise up. Turns out the feminists weren't actually going to rise up either. Turns out the black guys weren't actually rising up either. Now we need a new group, gays and trannies, right?
I would even
And
argue
you know,
that, like,
to their credit, the gays and trannies are rising up.
well, I mean, and I would even say that, like, for most of, I'm not talking about the trannies, but just excluding trans, I would even say that, like, even a lot of the gay people are kind of like, yeah, this is a little sus even for us. So
I've talked to gay people who have told me that a lot of gay people are kind of going back in the closet now.
yeah, no, a lot of
Which I just want to be very
well.
clear. I don't actually think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing at all. But I understand why. Did you want to be?
They
Did
just
you
don't
want
wanna
to
be
be
associated with the
associated with
movement.
a fucking circus? It's a circus.
yeah. Well, I mean, one of
They're
my
not serious people.
one of the gay guys that I went to college with said it perfectly. Like, I want to be treated as an equal, not like profiled and like specifically celebrated for being, you know, gay. Like there's more.
I want to be treated
They want to
like
be an equal,
anybody
not a
else,
better.
not like a freak show.
Well, I mean, like, yeah. So this guy and I, we were part of like a gaming group of alumni that we went to college with, and he was pissed off when over the summer Call of Duty decided to like dive headfirst into gay pride and like do rainbow, colored machine guns and rainbow colored skin packs and
It's interesting that they have pushed the LGBT movement to be very pro-war. Is that? I mean, that's really weird to me. But they're very pro-war now.
like I know I give Charlie Kirk a hard time at times, but he actually pointed that out the other day on his show, and yeah, it is weird. I don't necessarily believe that. There's a weird conspiracy I've heard out there that like the whole reason why the left is pushing the Russian narrative is because Putin hates gay people. I've heard that theory, but I don't think it holds up. So,
well, he's the reason for that theory, though. Putin has nobody to blame but himself because that's what he said in his speech.
Yeah, I mean, no, and I get that.
The
but
initial
like,
invasion speech, he cited that, and he cited Nazis in Ukraine. That's what he said was his justification. It was for denazification, and also because they were pushing trans ideology into. That's what he said. If you watch his speech, obviously I don't speak Russian, so I watched the translated version. So maybe what I'm getting out of it isn't exactly perfect, but he basically said that the two major reasons for his invasion of Ukraine, number one was denazification. Well, actually the three, because the third major reason is that it's like Russian territory or whatever historically, which is fucking bullshit. Oh wow, you took it into the Soviet Union by force. So yeah, that makes it yours. Fuck you. But regardless, that's the justification. And that is why a lot of like edgy conservatives are pro Putin, is because they think he's this big anti-gay guy. But I got a newsflash for you. It's not the case.
No, I mean, listen, the guy
Wait,
like,
I can't get sued for this now. Hold on. Yeah, no, the reason it's not the case is that Putin is a flaming homosexual, guys. Did you know this? Have you heard about this?
Listen,
Wouldn't doubt it.
Listen, Melanie Max says the slur, so if she says it, well,
She didn't. She said it wrong, and I called her on it. You saw it. I called her out. I was like, you said fatty, and she's like, no, I didn't. I was like, you didn't enunciate it well. You know why she didn't? And I'm not trying to I don't have a problem with Melanie. I know a lot of people don't like her. I don't have a problem with Melanie Mac. I think sometimes she's funny.
Listen,
the reason I point that out is because that word is not natural coming out of her mouth like it is for me.
Well, listen.
She had to force herself to say that, and you can tell.
Listen,
I appreciate her making a statement by saying it. I do. Because I think we do need to push back on that. I don't think words should be fucking universally banned. And yes, that includes the N-word. And I'm sorry, not sorry. I think that if we just we take the power away from those words, whatever.
No, I
like saying it. Okay.
I call each other cripple.
Well, Mortheous, since we're here, I mean, you were here when Max was giving me, deservedly so, crap about my simping for Sky Blue. But I have to ask you, Mortheous, what is your opinion on Miss Melanie Mac?
Oh no, here we go.
I'd sim for her.
What? I'm sorry?
I am a Melanie Mac simp.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, but see, the difference between that and you and Sky Blue is he immediately admitted to it. And you were like, no, it's not like it's like that though.
No, yeah, listen,
but y'all have already abandoned that Blue Sky chick, huh? It's all about that Mariah May now, ain't it? You fucking
horn. Sam loves him some Sky Blue still.
I still like. Listen, I like Trish Stratus though, the OG, and I've never.
What's your thoughts on Wendy Richter?
Isn't she
too kooky for me?
Isn't she the one who went to jail recently?
I don't know if she did. What would that have to do with the price of tea in China, though?
No, that would be Sunny.
Yeah, that was Sunny.
Oh, okay.
No, Wendy Richter was from the Hulk Hogan era. She was the one.
Oh, yeah.
She was the one that was working with what's her face, the singer there. Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Oh,
Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah, Cindy. Listen, I proudly got banned from Discord because I said that Jenny McCarthy had a right to say what she says about vaccines.
All right. How about this? I'll give you guys a chance to redeem yourself. Top 5 women wrestlers, and then compare to mine. All time.
Number 1, Miss Elizabeth. She was
She was never a wrestler.
I know, but manager. As far as I'm concerned,
I said wrestler.
They're in the same category for me.
Right. Well, we could talk about valets later, but I'm talking about wrestlers. Sunny doesn't count either.
Who doesn't count?
Sunny, because she was a manager.
Okay. China. Alexa Bliss.
At number 2? Really? Okay, go ahead.
Trish Stratus. Tori was more of a diva.
Okay. Is this just 5 ones you can think of? I mean, you can include your Sky Blues and all your modern chicks. I don't care.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Even I could admit that she can't wrestle.
But if you, I was gonna say, like, and I actually, I love Alexa Bliss. She's great. The fact that she's number 2 suggests that you're not judging based on wrestling skills.
No,
Right.
I'm literally kind of doing the off the top of my head thing.
Yeah. So am I. I didn't plan this ahead of time.
AJ Lee, who I know Mortheous likes.
That's 5.
Okay, that is 5.
Okay.
So
Mortheous, you can do better, right?
All right, if we're gonna go in order, China, AJ Lee is number 2 for me. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You got a better start. That's for sure.
I'm gonna go with Lita for number 3.
Okay.
I just like her style over Trish. Both are great, but personally, I'm a Lita guy.
A lot of guys were.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna go with Bunny as far as wrestling. This is number 4.
Who?
Bunny Alley.
Okay, I don't know who that is.
Oh,
She's a newer chick.
Okay.
Talk to Jimmy.
AW.
Gotcha. All right.
So
And number 5. I'd probably give Trish number 5.
Okay. I mean, that's a
Okay.
solid one. Okay. Fabulous Moolah. That's not even a contest. She was women's champion for 30 years. She trained almost every women's wrestler up until the fucking late 90s, early 2000s. You can say what you want about her. WWE can bury her. The woke people can cancel her. Fabulous Moolah was the toughest woman on the planet for about 30 years.
Oh yeah, I have no issue with Moolah number 1.
Moolah number 1. Number 2, Wendy Richter. Number 3 would be Medusa. Number 4.
Yeah.
Number 4, Bull Nakano, and number 5, Luna Vachon. And you'll notice I didn't pick a single one based on their looks.
Yeah, I can also tell you that, like, at least
everyone on my list, I just want to be real clear, everyone on my list would wrestle circles around everyone on both of y'all's lists.
I can also probably tell you that, like, you and Mortheous,
you guys like modern wrestling. You don't like wrestling. You like what they call wrestling.
Yeah.
It's because what you grew up on. I get it.
Well, I like a little bit of both, but I do like modern more. Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, no, I'm going to kick Trish off and go with Asuka.
Really, Asuka over Trish?
Yes.
Okay. I wouldn't pick a Joshi at all, but
Specifically because of her work in Japan.
That's exactly why I wouldn't put her on the list. But yeah, I got you. You like that style. That's why you guys watch AEW. You like
Well, now it goes a little further. It goes a little further than that. But
I played the fifth.
You like, yeah. I mean, you guys love the TNA that they show. That's true too. Especially, it's why y'all watch their B shows. Y'all don't watch their B shows because you love AEW, because you know you're gonna get like creep shots from the cameraman. I'm not stupid.
For me, it's not even about that.
Mm-hmm.
What?
No, it's totally the wrestling. It's so good.
I will give you my reason off air.
Fair enough.
Okay. No, if we really need to, if anyone needs the Jesus is watching you speech, it's our Craig, not Craig the engineer or Craig Blissfit.
But you know what? Like, he's unapologetic about it, and I respect it more than y'all trying to play both sides. I've given passes to basically everybody from your little group except for you two. You two are the only ones because you try and play the other side like I'm not the horny poster. Everybody else gets a pass for that reason.
I
am the horny police captain, goddammit.
I ironically do it though.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, it's cool. That's cool. I just find it fun. It's like because I mean, I'm willing to bet if we did a list of like top 5 like wrestlers, like men, you know, because like I've mentioned before on the show that I actually would prefer women didn't wrestle at all. I'm okay with women.
Yeah, no,
I'm okay with women walking around the ring, okay, looking good. They just shouldn't be in the ring. You know why? Because it undermines wrestling. Because everybody's looking at 220-pound girls pretending to hurt each other and saying, that shit's fake.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
At least Moolah made it look like a shoot fight.
No, I'm gonna get a lot of shit from a lot of us, a lot of our guys on Twitter, but I really don't like intergender.
Yeah, well, intergender is even stupider, but I think like women's wrestling itself is a blight on the industry. And it is why the industry will never be as successful as it was in the 90s or 80s. Never. It's never going to happen.
They pulled the curtain too far back.
Yeah. Yeah, you blew up kayfabe and now everything looks fake. You can't watch wrestling without saying something in a match that looks fake as fuck. And I'm telling you, that's not the case in like 1986 in the territory.
I kind of have to ask this though, and I'm like, so I'm a big fan of like 80s B movies that are like over the top fake, because there's a certain charm to like watching Kurt Russell.
Right. You like parodies, and so you like parody wrestling. Yes, I understand that. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, and so
you don't like wrestling, you like parody of. This is AEW fans. This is why wrestling fans hate AEW fans. Because like that's not wrestling, that's making fun of wrestling.
Listen, a lot of AEW fans, I will say this, a lot of AEW fans give me crap because I like UFC actually. From what I've been able to see.
Real.
Yeah. No, I like UFC. My only problem with UFC, as you and I have talked about, Max, is the price tag of UFC.
I think that's going to be changing with the merger. I think that they've seen the value in the network model, but that's besides the point. I did have a wrestling related story. Somebody in modern wrestling, a new guy, has impressed me to a large degree today.
Oh,
you hear about this?
We need a breaking news sound effect for this. Let me see if I can find one.
I'm gonna in the internal chat here. I'm gonna drop you a link in the private chat, and you're gonna want to bring that video up so that we can watch it. so that I can
Oh.
point out why this guy has extremely impressed me. And I'm reminded of a young Dr. Dave Schultz. I'm reminded of a Vader in Kuwait by this Grayson Waller guy, and he has won me over. What he does from here is anybody's guess. Obviously, he's a heel, but I don't fucking care about that.
All right, let me pull that up.
I'm sorry that it's from Reddit, but that's the only copy of the video that I could find.
No, I get it. I just have to I just have to do a few things.
Yeah, I wish I had it on Twitter, but I couldn't find it there.
No, it's fine.
And I just want you to watch and react to what you see and maybe figure out why I think that this was great. Because the setup for this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, so while Sam brings it up, is WWE is doing a big event in Australia. This guy, Grayson Waller, is from Australia. And so he went on Good Morning Australia, their version of Good Morning America. I think it's called Sunrise or something. And
yeah.
So him and I believe LA Knight are on this show. And that's all the setup for the clip that I'm going to give.
Okay. Let's see what this is. Let me see if I okay, can you guys see this any better?
Yeah, it's mostly full screen, so it should be fine.
Yep, it's full screen for me.
Okay, just wanted to make sure if it'll okay.
Good old Reddit being garbage.
Yeah, tell me about it. Come on. Okay.
LA, can you give us one of your signature finishing moves?
Can I give you one?
Yeah, can you, like, not me.
I'll just be over here.
But can you show us one of your moves?
No, I think it
Like in the
actually just
studio?
showed on the screen there. If I do that, it's not going to be a good day
Maybe
for
someone in
anybody.
Like our floor manager, maybe he seems
Well,
available.
actually, our floor manager's leaving this week.
Yeah.
And he's sort of, I don't know if...
That's not for me. You want to go ahead and take this one?
Look, you.
Uh-oh.
I don't think you understand. Like, if I come over there right now, we're gonna have the police here because I'm not gonna give you some fake punch. Like, I'm gonna punch you straight in the jaw. The disrespect that you have even talking to me. No, you want to talk to me like this ain't real. Don't act all tough, lad. Don't act all tough. Like,
Get in the middle of this. You keep back. You keep back. Get him out of there. You get out of there. You get out. I'm so sorry. No, I don't know I'm too mad.
You guys come here trying to disrespect us. Are you kidding me?
I'm not disrespecting you.
You're all right, mate. No, we love you.
Hey, you take that trash talk and you get out of here. Hey, you get out of here. You take that trash talk. You get out. I won't have these guests disrespected like that, Mitch. You get out.
You're tough.
Oh.
I never thought you were tough.
Now, can you wrap this up?
Hold your pants tight. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in. So, LA, can you get...
First off, Australians are a bit weird, but I like that.
Yeah. Well, I, as an old school wrestling fan, am sick and tired of the, yeah, it's fake. Isn't it great?
That would be what they would call back in the day, exposing the business.
Yeah. And the reason that they said that you didn't want to expose the business is exactly what the state of the business is in now, because it killed it.
Agreed.
You know, people are like, oh, look, AEW's get good ratings, like 700,000 people a week. In 1998, WCW was getting 10 million a week. WWE was getting 9 million a week at the same time. Where did all those people go? Oh, right. You told them it was fake. You told them it was stupid. You, the wrestling companies, you, the wrestlers, not just like the media, right? Wrestling, Vince McMahon came out and said, yeah, it's scripted entertainment, da-da-da-da-da. Well, why should I fucking care? You don't even want to pretend it's real. Why should I pretend it's real?
That's why Vince's football league, the American Football League, failed is because even when he said it wasn't going to be scripted, nobody believed him that it wasn't going to be scripted.
That's not why it failed, but
well, certainly didn't help.
It didn't. It was kind of irrelevant to the discussion. It failed for a bunch of other reasons, but no, it's why wrestling has failed. It's why AEW gets everybody's like, AEW is this huge company. They get less weekly viewers than TNA in 2008. Was TNA a big deal? No. Nobody was watching it. Nobody's watching AEW either. But the problem is it gets a outsized response on social media, and also people are watching less TV, so you're gonna get lower ratings. WWE's happy with like the 2.6. I think they got 2.6 on Raw last week, 2.6 million. But again, that's a quarter of the audience that they had 20 years ago, and in the 80s too. Like, people sleep on it because they think of the Monday Night Wars or whatever, but in the 80s, you know, WrestleMania did gangbusters. WrestleMania 3 had like 80,000 people. They say 93,000. It was closer to 80,000 because that's how many the Skydome fits, but the motherfucker was sold out. There's a lot of fucking people. Also, Tony Khan can kiss my ass with saying the biggest wrestling event ever. The Toronto Skydome was bigger than his stupid fucking London show.
Yeah.
That's just a lie. That's just not true.
So, Max, speaking of professional wrestling, how about Trump versus, Trump body slammed DeSantis in Iowa? That's, what we should do, Max? We should do like wrestling style commentary during the presidential debates.
Yeah, here's an interesting thing. Trump, for this primary season, you guys will like this, has been Roman Reigns. He's the man. Everybody knows he's the man. Everybody wants to take his spot, and he only shows up when he sees fit. Trump is the tribal chief. Trump is the head of the table.
Yeah,
tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
Not wrong.
What? So you and I were
you know what that makes DeSantis? The Miz.
Yeah,
DeSantis is the Miz.
DeSantis is the Miz.
Nikki Haley, Vicky Guerrero.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say that DeSantis. Well, I mean, DeSantis' wife, I can't bash her at all.
I can. What's her name? I don't know much about her, but I'll bash her.
Well, I was gonna make a joke that she's not even she's not even attractive as Marie's or whatever her name is. So
I suppose that's fair, though. Yeah, we expected the Iowa outcome, right? Like, I'm surprised by is like Bill Mitchell actually literally. I thought he was just playing a bit, but it seems like he actually thought Trump wouldn't win Iowa, which makes him really, really dumb, and you should never listen to anything he says again.
Bill Mitchell was like picking fights with people back in 2016 to be like the top man. Like, he went after Wayne Dupree and other people who were like day one Trump guys just so he could be like the top.
I'm not saying he was
Trump
great
grifter.
before this. I'm just saying that his predictive power has been proven to be completely retarded.
No, and I'm just saying I'm not surprised by that at all because he's always been that way as long as I've been aware of him.
Yeah,
in fact,
you know what he's like? He's like Jim Cramer, Mad Money.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yep.
He's exactly
Yeah.
like that, because whatever Bill Mitchell says, you can bank the opposite being true. Same with Jim Cramer. If Jim Cramer says buy Apple stock and you have Apple stock, you bet sell that bitch.
Yeah.
You know, if Jim Cramer says the sky is blue, you better double check that motherfucker, because it's probably not. That's Bill Mitchell.
Well, depending on where you are in certain parts of New York, it was brown this summer from all those fires. So,
Yeah.
Thankfully, not here.
We've predicted this since the beginning, right? Trump's gonna fucking win this in a landslide. And I'll say this: Trump made some comments about Vivek this week, and I don't disagree. Now it's moot point now that Vivek has dropped out. But he was like, what Trump accused him of doing, he was doing. He was saying, don't vote for Trump because they're going to screw him over. Vote for me instead. Yeah. And Trump called him on that. Yeah. That's kind of a shady tactic.
Yeah. You know what's interesting though?
He said a vote for Trump is a vote for Nikki Haley, which I find to be very fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But I get it. That, like, he was the home stretch. He said some things. I'm not going to hold it against him. And he did the right thing in dropping out and endorsing Trump. So,
well,
I did want to point out that Trump was right about him.
No, he was, but like, listen, he wasn't as underhanded as, say, Ron DeSantis was with Trump. I mean, Roy,
no, he wasn't making fake AI videos and shit for sure.
Well, I mean, heck, during up until this point, it didn't really seem like Vivek had anything bad to say about Trump at all. In fact, like my friend Luke
to be fair, what he was saying wasn't really bad about Trump.
Right.
But when Trump said it's a sly campaign tactic, it is. A vote for Trump is a vote for Nikki Haley because they're gonna screw him anyway. And I'm gonna be honest, Vivek, you know, again, I've met the guy personally. He's a really nice guy. That's more reason for me to vote for Trump. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
My vote for Trump isn't this is the path forward. My vote for Trump is a middle finger. That's what it is. And it's gonna stay up. And I said this before on the show. If they take it from him, I'm gonna write his name in. I am voting for Trump. That's it. There is nobody else.
If he's not on the ballot, it's right in. End of story.
Yeah. If he's not on the ballot, then all hope for the election process, as far as I'm concerned, is lost. I wanted to say that after 2020.
Yeah. Dude, no, listen, Max, you can ask Apex about this. I got I'm not proud of this, but like I had a black pill, like super depressive moment after the election. So like I was legit depressed. I wasn't like pulling a merch saying I'm gonna commit suicide and jump off a building, but I was pretty damn depressed after 2020.
I was a little down, but I will say this. Interesting conversation between me and Shmuley that happened actually on January 6th. And you know, we sat down and we were talking, and you know how me and him are. We think really deep thoughts and shit. And the conclusion that we came to was that Joe Biden getting in this way was the best thing that could happen for us, like for our message.
Yeah.
And that has proven to be more true than I ever thought it would. And so that is what got me and Shmuley out of the funk of all that bullshit, was like, okay, they're going to bring this fucking guy in and people are going to see what they fucking voted for. And wouldn't you know, it seems to be, I mean, you got Michael Rappaport out there saying he's going to vote for fucking Trump.
I know that's wild.
That was fucking amazing.
What else you got? You got fucking people protesting outside his show just because he's fucking Jewish. What else is he supposed to fucking think? You know what I mean?
You know what's funny too is like Rappaport was like, I'm still gonna call him Pig Dick Donald, but like fuck it, I'll vote for him. I actually respect that somewhat, right? Like,
But he admitted to the most important thing, which is like, look, the economy is so fucking bad, right? Like, yeah, I'll vote for Pig Dick Donald and call him Pig Dick Donald. But he got it, right?
yeah.
And a lot of people have got it. And a lot of people who don't really get it at least know to shut up more. The only people now pushing the far left shit is the actual far left. And we need to start treating them like the fringe minority that they are.
Yeah.
Get off social media. Talk to people in real life. I'm telling you, there are not all of these crazy far leftists running around your town. I promise you. And if they are, it's because you live in an area like that. But if you get outside of that fucking bubble, I promise you, people are not like that all over this country. If the people around you are, you likely live in a very densely populated leftist city, and I would recommend getting the fuck out of there.
Yeah, actually, and thank you for saying that, because like I've been talking to a lot of Republican friends who are very black-pilled about like Colorado, but a lot of them live in Denver, and again, like I hate to say this, but Denver has turned into a little mini Los Angeles, and not in a good way.
So has Boulder, as I understand it.
Yeah, like what? Listen, if you're I'm speaking to my Colorado
and
audience
Aspen's
now.
always been for the liberal elites. So yeah, you got a couple of big liberal cities there.
Yeah,
there's a lot of mountains too, though, guys.
Yeah. Listen, if you're a conservative living in Colorado and you feel super black-pilled, chances are you're living in Denver or Boulder or like Vail, a lot of the woke areas. But go up to Telluride, where my uncle was fire, commission chief there for several years. Still pretty conservative.
Just go to the suburbs, anywhere in the suburbs. You're not going to see this woke shit. Normal people aren't into it. They might talk like they are, but it's not. I'm telling you, man, talk to people. I've been talking to people.
Yeah.
As much as I hate the fucking snow up here in upstate New York, the fucking hills and mountains are fucking great.
Yeah.
And
hey, upstate New York, I bet you there's not as much wokeness as New York City. What a fucking shock.
Nope, you literally only see it in the major fucking cities, fucking Buffalo, Albany, Syracuse.
Yeah,
and that's
like you might have
fucking Trump country.
You might have like one like town tranny, right? But like you really like that's it, right? You might have one that everybody knows.
I'm actually friends with the town tranny, and he's red.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you're just not gonna see this in the real world. Like people aren't into that shit. People hate. I'll tell you, the average person I talk to here, they fucking hate the racist shit from both sides. And I'm not talking white people. Okay, I live in an area that's pretty well mixed, and I'm telling you, nobody likes that racist shit here. Nobody, like, the black people here aren't like, ooh, fuck whitey. They're like, that's my neighbor. We have the same culture. We grew up next to each other. We're from the same socioeconomic bracket. We shared the same memes. We shared the same culture. How, and nobody likes it.
We go to the same concerts.
Go to the same concerts, exactly. Listen to the same music. Watch the same sports teams, right?
What's interesting is when I was going to college, I went to college with a lot of Hispanics, not just Cubans, but like a lot of actual like other Hispanic groups that are like from South America. And surprisingly, a lot of them who were 20-somethings even then, a lot of them were very apolitical, but like during the 2016 election, I asked them out of curiosity who they liked, and they all said Donald Trump. And I asked them why, and they said A, because he's a businessman, and B, because he's right about illegal immigrants. And yeah, the illegals that come in, they give us hardworking Hispanic immigrants who came here illegally a bad name. And so we don't really want the illegal, cartel members and drug dealers here. So that's, but the media is never going to talk about that.
No.
So.
And that's the thing, is like the average black person here, if you sit there and say, yeah, white people are holding you down, they're just going to be like, what's wrong with you, racist?
Yeah.
And that's not to say there's no racism too. This is another thing that I get on the right for. Yes, there are racist police. Yes, they abuse black people. I'm sorry, not sorry, but it's true.
Yeah.
And you to say anything else, you're never going to win those black voters, or young black men aren't as stupid as you fucking think. They know. They've been the target of it, or somebody they know has. Now, I don't think it's as widespread, particularly the racist aspect of it, but what I do think is widespread is that cops, by and large, have a disdain for the people they're policing.
Yeah, and that includes black police officers, as
Yes,
Apex.
Absolutely.
As Apex and I pointed out last year.
Mm-hmm.
So
Black police officers, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm white. The officer that punched me from behind while I was in handcuffs was white, right? What was the reasoning for it? Because I pissed him off, because he's a petty little shit, a petty little tyrant that thinks if anything goes wrong or it doesn't turn out the way he wants, he's allowed to abuse you. And he's one of many cops that think that way. And but there are some cops that they have racist views, and then they abuse black people. That happens, and it shouldn't. It should never happen. And if you don't understand why that's why so many people, black people, were out for Black Lives Matter, that's what they were talking about. They didn't care about the communist shit. They didn't care about the woke shit. They were there because I don't want the police to continue to beat my ass for the fact that I'm black.
And I don't know if this is necessarily true, but like this is just from what I've heard. I could be wrong, but from what some black people have told me, Black Lives Matter started out with good intentions, but then got hijacked with the communists. Now I've heard other people say like
my fight back for that is the literal founders are Marxists.
Yeah, that's the line that people tell themselves, right? To kind of say, oh, well, I didn't get fooled, right? I didn't get fooled. They changed. No, you got fooled, because from the get-go, it was a Marxist organization and a scam, both of those things.
No, I get that. I'm just telling you what other people were telling me. So,
but that part's irrelevant to what I'm talking about, honestly. Not to dismiss what you're saying, but like what you need to understand on the right, if you want to be empathetic to people, like if you want to win over fucking black votes, you need to understand the motivation for, I'm going to just throw out a number that's completely out of my ass. 90% of the people that were out there, they weren't pro-Biden. They weren't fucking leftists. They were, most of them were not really political, but they are sick and tired of cops beating on black people. And I would just say that it should be beyond that. It should be, I'm sick and tired of cops beating on everybody. But I completely understand why they feel the way they do. And if you don't understand why most of those people were out there, they weren't out there to loot. They weren't out there to riot. They weren't out there to burn things. Obviously, there's bad fucking actors in everything. But if you talk to some average black dude who was never political before that, never politically active, probably doesn't even fucking vote, why he was out there, he'll tell you, hey, in fucking 2009, they beat my brother to death. I've heard so many of those horror stories. As a police accountability activist for the last fucking 25 years, if you had any idea how many horrible fucking stories I've heard, gut-wrenching, talked to people, looked in parents' eyes as they told me about the time the police murdered their child. Their child might have been 25 years old. It's still their fucking child.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I am
That's
curious.
why those people were out in the fucking streets. And if you
I
think
get
that they were part of some fucking movement to overthrow the country or put in communism, yes, some of them were. But the vast majority of them were just like the police beating our ass. Enough is enough. And we've finally seen enough. Now, was George Floyd the martyr that they needed? Not really. Obviously,
No.
we all know that now.
Oh, listen,
But it got the attention. It got the issue because, like, if this isn't a fucking real thing, then what was Ice Cube talking about in 1988 on Fuck the Police? What was Ice-T talking about on his body count record? He did Cop Killer.
Right. No, I do have a question though, which is like, do any cops in the police department this is gonna kind of sound loaded, but do any cops that you know of like agree with you?
Yes.
That like, yeah, there needs to be because like
Lots of
I've been
cops.
I've been trying to look for cops to talk about like police reform that want to come on that could come on the show, and so far I haven't found any that would be willing to come on.
I think I have somebody specifically in mind. I'll try to reach out.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to a cop about it because I also understand, like, as much as I wanted to get out the empathy for the black people in this, there is an empathy for cops too. Not every cop is abusive. And there's reasons for why the abuse has gotten so much worse over the last 25 years, one of which
quotas.
No, even worse. Test scores, okay? They ruled in, I believe it was 2008, right? That scoring too high on the aptitude test being, so they were picking the people who scored the best. Stop me if you've heard this one before. The people that were doing the best on the test used to be the ones that would get hired from the academy first, right?
Yep.
They ruled that that's racist.
What? That's ridiculous.
So they're not allowed. Hold on. If you score above a certain point now, they cannot hire you.
It's ridiculous, but I also believe it completely.
They cannot hire you, and so I guess quotas is kind of true in that regard, right? There's a racial quota, and I just don't think that makes for great policing. It does make sense to have black cops in a black neighborhood. Okay, I think there should be more of that.
Absolutely.
There's a reason that there's not, though. Think about the black community's opinion of police by and large. How many of them do you think want to be cops? Do you want to put up with the shit from your community for doing that? Is it
no?
Or your own family?
Your own family? No, they don't want to be fucking cops.
Listen. Even here in Florida, I have a black friend who wants to be a cop, but he's afraid to tell his parents because
most of the black guys who would be best suited to be police actually end up joining the military instead.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't get looked down on the way policing does.
Yeah, no. I know that for a fact based on some of the black guys I went to high school with, and they wanted to be cops, but instead of becoming cops, they went into the military. And now I'm saying that y'all better vote for Trump because Nikki Haley wants to send them off to another desert war, but that's another topic. So.
And why doesn't she fight the war? Why do we always send the poor? Why do we always send the poor?
Because they're expendable.
I think it's a rhetorical question, wasn't it?
Anyone that
we all know
votes to send people to war should be going themselves.
Yeah, we know. We know why they only send the poor. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
That's why it's a rhetorical question, you know?
Yeah.
Why is it the poor? Why is it John McCain never sent any of his kids to die.
Well, but Max, John McCain was a POW,
And a genocidal maniac.
Yes, but
Fuck him. Rotten hell.
Yes, but PO. No, I agree with you, but whenever I say any of that
That's
about
a treasonous traitor who worked for the fucking Viet Cong. If we want to talk about it, can we talk about Tokyo Rose?
that was Jane.
No, that was John McCain, dude. You don't know? You haven't heard the John McCain tape?
I've heard the John McCain tapes, but to be fair, Jane, what's her face, the chick that was married to Ted Turner.
Yes, Jane Fonda.
Yeah. No, I hold contempt against John McCain and Jane Fonda equally.
John McCain's worse.
Yeah.
John McCain did active propaganda for the enemy while a POW. That's treason. He should have been put to death.
100%.
But instead, we made him a senator and act like he's the bastion of fucking conservatism as he gets us into war after war after war.
What? Listen,
fuck his daughter too, by the way. She probably could use a good fuck, being that she's a pretend lesbian.
Listen, I knew he was gonna lose to Obama.
You know what, Sam? I think I need a beer. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, first time I ever drank on this show, but I think after that statement, I should probably step away and go get a beer.
Yeah. So, Mortheous, how is your evening going?
Pretty good. Also drinking.
Nice. What? I'm having Yingling. What are you having?
Disaronno on the rocks.
Nice. Let's see. So far in chat, we have Resisted One saying happy birthday, and then another one says, and then he also says true. I think that's in regards to what I was saying about Vivek earlier. But anyway.
Living the old high life.
Hey, high life is okay in my book.
As far as cheap domestics, it's like the only one I really get.
I mean, Yingling is the cheap beer here that isn't like Budweiser. And actually it's cheap. Actually, it's like the same price as Budweiser. Honestly, and it's a little bit better here. So,
yeah. To be completely honest, my fucking granddad drank this.
my
merchandise. I think that had an effect.
My stepdad drinks Miller High Life.
He had a really cool like neon bar sign. It was a Miller High Life, and it had a guy fishing, and like the neon would light up with him like casting the fishing pole.
I'll actually be right back. I'm gonna go grab a beer.
Oh God, this is gonna get out of control.
Run, Sam, run.
I would if I could, but you know, shit. Now Shmuley is gonna catch me walking to get a beer. So.
Damn it. You did it again. You told on yourself.
Son of a bitch, Shmuley.
I know. So I'll be right back. Try not to say anything too mean about me.
No, we won't say anything about you, but you know, you'll come back and then the channel will be banned.
Oh, he turned himself off.
We're on Rumble, so you know, and X.
Yeah, there we go. We're on Twitters. It's still Twitter. It's twitter.com. I use it on desktop, so it's twitter.com. So you can't. I don't care that you say it's X. It's not x.com.
I also use twitter.com on desktop.
That's right.
Got
Me and Mortheous, like, Sam was, a little late tonight, and we were just sitting there fucking jamming out to some fucking music. Instead of being on the show.
Yeah, because Sam's on cripple time.
That's right. Well, crippled people time is like colored people time, only like you have an excuse. Oh, is that? Oh no. Oh no. After my anti-racism rant, and then I made a racist joke. Oh God. I'm gonna get canceled by both sides at once.
Well, cripple people time kind of makes sense because we're fucking slow.
Yeah, it was an interesting caucus. What did you think? You didn't really have that much. What did you think about the Iowa caucus results? Were you shocked?
What wasn't really shocked. What I found funny is some DeSantis guy was ranting and raving that Trump only got 50% of the Republican vote. When he was a DeSantis guy, so I'm like, okay, if our guy got 50% of the vote, and he was saying half of the Republicans don't want Trump, then how about 80% of Republicans don't want your guy? So who's better off?
Mm-hmm. Well, and also they act like that means anything, as if most DeSantis and Nikki Haley voters. And Nikki Haley might be a little different, and we could get into why after, but like just theoretically, right? That they're not going to vote for Trump if he wins.
Right.
Give me a break. Especially the DeSantis people. They're going to vote for Trump. They're not going to like it. And I'll tell you, the fucking tantrums they've been having, man. Whew. DeSantis doomers, bro. Guys, you sound like Bernie bros, okay? Chill out. Relax. You knew Trump was winning. I know you wanted to pretend it wasn't going to happen and that you were just going to come and take those caucuses over, baby, and Nikki Haley. And no, like, Trump's winning this primary and he's going to do it handily. And you need to fucking accept that. And if you want to continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars between these multiple candidates to fucking do it, all you're doing is bilking GOP donors because you're wasting their fucking money. I would argue that the DeSantis campaign at this point is a scam because he hasn't dropped out. And he has no chance of winning New Hampshire.
I would agree. And I would say the same thing about Nikki Haley, but we all know why she's there. She's
not in it as a scam, right? She's not even bilking Republican donors. She's bilking Democrats.
Exactly. And actually, the thing that I heard a little bit before and then after the caucus is literally Democrats were registering as fucking Republicans just so they could fucking vote for her.
Yeah, and in New Hampshire, she'll probably even do better because it's an open primary, and since there's no Democrat primary, all the Democrats are just going to vote in the Republican primary. That's how it works there.
Yep.
It's like that here too, but Massachusetts doesn't really matter in a primary. The only reason, and New Hampshire doesn't technically either because the amount of delegates is useless. It's just because they're the first actual primary is why anybody cares.
Right.
It's a momentum thing, but it actually, like, winning New Hampshire is not going to win you the primary.
Yeah, and New York will never matter unless somehow we ever go fucking red, which will never happen because.
Oh, it matters in a primary.
Yeah, but
right,
fuck New York City.
Yeah, but but you guys vote so far last.
Right.
A Republican primary, it could theoretically be swung by New York, but by that point, it's all going to be wrapped up anyway. And again, it's the same in Massachusetts. We're one of the later states, so it is what it is. You can get mad and think, it should be done in a better fashion. Like maybe we should do some because Iowa actually doesn't really matter in terms of delegate count either. Again, it's just an early momentum thing.
Right.
And I guess that's probably why DeSantis thinks he's going to stay until Super Tuesday. But here's the thing. I hate to clue you in, DeSantis doomers, but he's going to lose Florida.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if you lose your home state, that's
You're
the
done.
end of your fucking career. Mitt Romney lost his home state in the general election. You know, and okay, yeah, he has a career, but he's also a joke. Right? And that's what you'll be, DeSantis. You'll be Mitt Romney.
He's been a joke since that fucking Scream.
Oh God, he's been a joke since Binders Full of Women. Yeah, it's interesting watching it play out. I mean, obviously they're all banking on Trump getting arrested. Like, that's why they're actually staying in, and that makes them scum.
Absolutely.
Because here's the thing, you don't need them to stay in if something happens and we have a brokered convention where they have to pick at the convention the candidate. I'm not saying I think that's even going to happen, but if that were, because I think Trump's going all the way. But if that were to happen, a brokered convention, they just pick somebody. So it doesn't matter if you drop out now or stay in. But they're staying in on the hopes that he's out, and they'll be like, well, you should pick the number 2 guy. But the other thing is the difference between DeSantis and Nikki Haley was less than 1%. So they're both the number 2 guy. And in Nikki Haley's case, I emphasize guy. She's a handsome woman, isn't she?
It's her turn, goddammit. And I will maintain that until she drops out. Because that's the attitude I get from her campaign. It's her turn.
Yeah, it's Hillary 2.0. I saw a meme earlier. I put it in my Gilded server. Cheap pop for that. Where they kind of photoshopped Haley into... It was Trump that actually posted it. They photoshopped Haley to look like Hillary, and they made a Haley logo that looks exactly like Hillary's old logo. I was fucking laughing hard. Trump is a meme master.
Oh, absolutely.
He's like the only boomer that I'll say that about, too.
We need 2016 meme magic back.
Yeah, I'm feeling the magic, man.
Oh, absolutely, but they did everything they fucking could back in 2020 to fucking kill that shit.
Like, I was already feeling it. That's why I've had this up for years, but I'll tell you, after Iowa, I'm like,
let's fucking go, baby.
Ain't no breaks, baby. Trump train. And they can get mad about it, but they ain't gonna fucking... Look, the train's got no brakes, so we're either getting to our destination or fucking crashing in a fiery fucking inferno, but the Trump train is not stopping.
Hell no.
Even my friend Luke, who was on the DeSantis wagon, is now on the Trump train.
Nice.
That's what I mean. Is a lot of reason. We have picked on the DeSantis doomers a lot just now, but the reasonable DeSantis people, they know he should have dropped out the other night. They know it.
You actually made a good impression on him, Max, because like and look, I kind of like. I understand why he didn't like Trump, because he had to deal with like some of the really obnoxious like MAGA, like I hate to use this term, but it's true, MAGA-tards.
MAGA boomers can be really tiresome, and because he's in the trenches, he deals with a lot of them. I guarantee it. Like most annoying ones.
Yeah, I know, because he's told me, but like. But even I was talking to him tonight when he called me for my birthday, and I was like, like I was still expecting him to be on the DeSantis train, and he's like, DeSantis came in second. Is that really good though? Like, he was kind of dogging on DeSantis bit, so
No, he's a smart guy. I was glad you brought him on.
Yeah.
He made some arguments that I hadn't heard before, particularly about term limits, and I tend to agree with him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've, you know what? I've met a lot of really interesting people, and it's funny because every time it ends up being like, oh, you're probably going to disagree with this guy, and we get along great. It's
Yeah.
like I say, I try to meet people where they're at. I can be an antagonistic asshole. You know, obviously, I'm good at it. But the thing, I think a lot of the people I fuck with don't understand about me is that I'm always the baby face, whatever I'm doing. And that's not me saying, oh, you know, it's like pre-scripted or whatever. If you ask the audience at the time, I'm not the bad guy.
No, listen. I mean, I had that this week. I mean, for those who don't know, I was honestly surprised that Steve Stratton kind of agreed to come on my show, because before he went indie, he was like kind of a big name with Delta Force Publishing, which was,
I've read his books before any of that. I was actually like, that's why I said he's an American. And here's a difference. Just for anybody, if you don't know who Steve is and you don't know who our boomer friend is, Secret Agent Man, the reason that I'll show respect to one and not the other is that it's obvious. Okay, Steve is a known person. You can look up his history.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to tell me, I can't tell you that. In fact, he said a lot of shit that if you were the fake boomer, you would pretend you can't say that. Right?
No,
and there's very little he's NDA'd about, I'm sure. And by the way, that includes working at the fucking White House. I guarantee you he's not NDA'd about most of it.
And look, just so people know, beforehand, I asked him, hey, I said, hey, if there's anything that we can't talk about, let me know. And he said, everything is pretty much everything I think you're going to ask me is on the table.
Mm-hmm.
What was funny is it wasn't Eric, but it wasn't Eric Bishop, although Eric's a good friend of Steve, but it was one of the mutuals that Eric and I know that was like, hey, you should get Steve on your podcast. And I also knew of Steve, but I was kind of like, why would a big name guy like Steve want to come on my little old podcast? But
even outside of being an author, like a person of interest is him. He's like he's had a very interesting life if you've read anything about him. But I'm actually like, man, I hope he comes back so I have the chance to ask him a few questions.
No, I mean,
you did perfect. That was a wonderful interview.
He actually said that he wants to come back at some point. So
and then after, when I followed him on Twitter and he followed me back, I had like 6 other somewhat big name authors follow me too. So like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
No,
like, our reach is extending by just being ourselves, which is awesome.
Best way to be ourselves.
But Merch said I would never amount to the beyond the stuttering.
How many best-selling authors has he fucking interviewed?
Well, he's interviewed Teddy Hart and been in a Peacock documentary.
Yeah, so he interviewed a notorious criminal, drug addict, potentially murderer. Great, good job.
Also, female cop.
Female cop. Feds would have shot the dog.
So.
Oh my God, Mersh. You see Mersh got his head shaved? Finally, after everybody's been telling him to?
I haven't
He's still wearing a hat.
I haven't seen it, but people were like DMing me, and I'm like, it's my birthday. Do I really want to look at Merch's fat face on my birthday?
Fuck no.
So, yeah.
No, but maybe just the top of his bald head.
Well,
Oh, right.
Well,
all right. I'm balding.
yeah.
I'm balding. Oh, everybody says I'm balding. I love it that at least
No.
one of our fans was like, you got a giant forehead. That's the right answer.
Yeah.
I'm just a Neanderthal mother. Like this, I'm 40. I don't have a single gray. At least I got them in my
No.
beard. But I've never lost any hair. I've had the same hairline since I was 18. I'm just a big ass dude.
Yeah.
I look like a fucking caveman. It is what it is. Like I'm just that guy. I'm not a respectable guy. I'm not a buttoned up fucking, suited guy. And in fact, I think that's why the dynamic with me and Sam works, because he is a buttoned up guy, to some degree. And I am what I come from. I come from the fucking ghetto. I come from rock and roll. I come from I'm a dirtbag. Sure. I'm nobody special.
I may be buttoned up, but my grandfather also, I know it sounds cliche, but like I was raised to treat the janitor the same way you would treat the CEO. I know that phrase kind of seems cliche now, but it's really not. And look,
It's the truth.
I'm like, look, I was similar to you, like Max. Like I got a whole bunch of follows, like after my interview with Steve. Like, and I was just like, wow, like who would have thought that? Like I don't want to get too emotional here, but like when I was born, I was expected to be a vegetable.
Probably not make it to 29.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, the fact that I've not only, like, made it, but, like,
finding respect from your peers. And I say your peers because you're an author too.
Yeah, like, and in podcast, like, and in podcasting too, like, kind of being, like, one of the OG guys, like, that's, like it's very it's kind of surreal almost sometimes.
It's crazy
that,
like adding Mortheous makes it even crazier, but just between us we have like close to 40 years of podcasting experience or radio, one or the other.
Yeah.
Adding Mortheous, we're probably closer to 50.
Yeah. It's weird how it all came about. So,
which I'm glad he's here because it makes a great little dynamic. Like I always say, 3 people is a good size for this kind of show. Obviously, you always get one dominant person, and unfortunately, that's me. I'm sorry.
No, it's I kind of enjoy it, honestly. Even though it's my show.
That probably makes it a lot easier.
Well, listen, at this point too, like I feel like I've been doing it for so many years, like people have already heard my voice, right? So I mean, not that people
I like to think I brought a different perspective to
yeah. No, and you've challenged
no disrespect to Apex because I loved the perspective he brought to the show. Now that because I wasn't familiar, but now that I've gone back and listened to some, and I've been doing, I've been going through a lot of my old content, your old content, trying to get together archives for Right to Offend Media, which is, the kind of the name of like the group I'm representing, I suppose, in terms of it's a podcasting consulting company, I guess. It's not official, but
at some point, folks, for people who are asking, I'm going to retire the next gen conservative media brand because let's face it, I'm almost 30. I'm no longer the next gen conservative.
Right.
I am.
No, you know what you have to do. You have to pass it on. You have to pass the torch. You have to find a young guy to be the next gen.
I can't pass it to Shmuley because he's as much as I mean I love Shmuley, but I consider more of a peer than I do like a
Yeah, Shmuley is you know, me and Shmuley is right to offend media. Now it's me, you, and Shmuley now.
Yeah.
We did used to have another third partner. Unfortunately, we've parted ways. But you know, everything has worked out because the time we parted ways, literally I met Sam like right before that, and then shortly after that, he got into the situation where he needed a co-host. And a little inside baseball for everybody. The initial pitch that I gave him wasn't me. It was the guys, right to offend media. Like, we'll have people sit in so that there's always somebody there. It just so happened that I have a lot of fun doing it. Me and Sam get along great, but
shout out to Johnny Fox too. By the way, seriously, never would I have thought that a rant about some guy that you know, like, you were. To be clear, Max, I don't mean this as an insult, but when I had Johnny Fox on my show and he started ranting at you, it was so weird to me that he went on this whole big rant at how evil you are, because you were like a nobody, but he ranted just enough that I was curious as to who you were, and I was like, oh, I actually, like, yeah, this guy kind of has the same dark sense of humor that I do, and like, I don't know what this.
At first, I thought I was too much, right? I hadn't heard the Apex shit, and I realized that I'm actually a more moderate than him at his worst, and I really don't want to pick on him, but like he was in a dark place at that time, but showing the comparison with me, I'm like, oh, I'm actually kind of toned down, you know what I mean? Because I'm not you know, in that kind of headspace, and he's not anymore, by the way. Shout out to Apex, he's the greatest. We'd love to have him. Apex, if you're hearing my voice right now live, please get in touch. We'll have you on. It's Sam's birthday.
Please. Yeah, Apex, if you're on, please like tag me in something and I'll send you the DM.
And the reason I just want to also say for Apex, the reason that he's not doing any content consistently is because he doesn't want to. You know, he's not in a place where it's, you know, a primary concern of his, and he's feeling good. And so, like,
and he's also told me that and I don't think he would mind me sharing this, if he spends too much time online, it kind of, he gets back into some bad habits. So
yeah,
you know, I don't fault him for that. So
no, mental, you know, health is really, really important, and anything that is a detriment to his, he doesn't need to bring into his life. This is what I say for him. Like, arguing about politics is so far down in importance, and I think people have it backwards. They think it's the most important thing. But like, let me put it like this. If you live under the Mao regime in China, you can still have a good life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all relative, right? And it comes from a personal place. So, you know, I have a fairly good life here. I guess that's maybe why I'm in a better headspace than some other people. But you know, it's tougher when the economy sucks, and my God, you know, it's really depressing is how many people are falling into mental health crises and getting onto drugs and dying of overdoses and suicides. And it's fucking, God, those are things I can't even say on YouTube anymore.
Yeah.
It's good we're off of there, because there's so many things you can't say now that are like they do. You ever watch modern YouTube true crime?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
and
horrible.
They can't say kill
so
or
many
murder.
euphemisms.
Yeah, it's
They have to
terrible.
say fucking unalive.
Yeah, they dispatched of this person, and it's like, geez, come on, dude. Or SA. SA is my favorite one. Look, here's the thing about that particular thing. To make a euphemism for it, softer language, defeats the purpose of the word. Rape is supposed to be a word that's not fun.
Yeah. I actually had to look up what essay was because it was just like and then I was like, what? They're censoring, and that's another thing. I know that you wanted to rant about this, but when you told me about this, I was a little kind of like, I rolled my eyes. I guess people are getting upset about like some, I don't know who the guy was, but basically some rock and roll guy who I guess made like a song about cutting, and now people are
No. Okay, hold on. It's not even a song about cutting. Okay, so it's Machine Gun Kelly. You might have heard of him because you're a wrestling fan. He's been involved with their shit a
Yeah.
couple times. I think he walked John Cena to the ring at one point. Machine Gun Kelly is like an emo guy, right? Emo music. And he made a guitar, and the guitar is with Schecter, who's a really great guitar one of the best guitar manufacturers.
Yeah.
It's not his first or even second or third signature guitar. He's had quite a few, and he's worked with them for years. And the guitar design, it is a razor blade. It's tough because I'm defending his art, but also it's ugly. It's ugly. It's a bad guitar. It's a bad shape for a guitar. I would never be caught dead using it. It looks stupid. But what people are upset about is that it's shaped like a razor blade. And I guess the emo scene is known for like cutting and suicide. And so it's bad that he used that imagery. Fuck you. I hate you motherfuckers are going to make me defend Machine Gun Kelly. Really? That's what
I also
me
don't want to defend Machine Gun
Eminem.
Kelly, but I have to here. I hate that fucker.
Yeah, like you're gonna make me defend one of the worst artists I can think of, but I'm gonna defend him.
Yeah.
It's his art. And here's the funny thing, Sam. When I told you about this, I was missing a piece of context that I now have. Would you like to hear why he has a razor blade guitar?
I would, because like I can maybe
Take a
guess, but
No, I want you to take a guess, and then I'm going to tell you the reason, and you're going to be like, really?
well, if he's like from the emo, if I had to guess, I would assume that because he's part of the emo scene, he's like doing something about like cutting for the emo scene or something like that.
And that's what people seem to think. Yep. Mortheous, you had something to say.
Yeah.
My guess is he probably attempted at some point, and it's his reminder to be like, dude, don't fucking go back there.
Man, you guys are going to laugh at how far off the mark you are. So, Machine Gun Kelly did an interview, and he said the reason for the razor, the reason he uses that imagery so often is because one of his ways to cope with mental stress and mental health problems is shaving his face. When he's really down, he shaves his face to get control over his life because it's something he can control. That's why he uses the razor blade imagery.
Wow.
So all these people saying that he has these, he's got bad intentions. He's promoting tools of suicide to minors, never took the fucking time to ask the guy. Or listen to his music, because here's the interesting part. He says it in his music too. He's done songs where he's mentioned the fact that shaving his face it's his moment of peace, right? It's a moment of control.
I mean, shaving is like men's hygiene. That's what they were originally made for. So yeah, it makes sense.
Right. And it's a way for him to take control over something when he feels that he's not in control. And
yeah,
I hate to break it to you all. I get you could say, oh, well, he's a super rich fucking celebrity. it's real easy for them to feel like they're not in control of anything, because if somebody like Machine Gun Kelly is going to be under such specific contract restrictions and rules that he might as well not be in control of his own life.
Celebrity, I hate to say this too, I feel like I am qualified to say this because like I have met a few celebrities, even if they're like more minor celebrities, but celebrities are people too. And I think people forget about that sometimes. Max, I'm sure you and I have talked about that because we both have met some famous people, and people forget that they're people too sometimes. A lot of the time, actually.
Well, you know, I
Celebrities
mentioned
are
it.
people too, and I can't tell you how many that I've met that have appreciated not being treated like they're famous. They want to be treated like everybody else. Give them respect. You get respect back, and obviously be genuine with it. But
There's
treat them like
there's
your buddies.
exceptions.
Treat-
There are asshole celebrities, but here's
Right.
my thing.
Oh, sure.
99 times out of 100, when you say so and so is an asshole, when you hear that, what you're actually hearing is, when I met them, they weren't the nicest that they could have been. And so let me paint the other side of the picture. If you've ever heard the, oh, I met so and so and he's a fucking dick, they're working. You got to understand, they're working. Now, you meet a celebrity, and again, I speak from the music industry, so I'm going to use all that because that's the one I'm familiar with, okay? When you meet a musician at a fan event, then they're in fan mode. We all, Kurt Doolittle was talking about this the other day. We have different modes, different kind of masks that we wear. And one of them is work mask, right? Like serious work. At fan event, it's friend mask, right? I am here to meet the fans. That's the job. That's what I'm doing. And I'm going to be mostly nice to people. Obviously, you're going to have instances of somebody's an asshole to you and you know, they don't like your response or whatever. And those people will run around and say you're an asshole. But generally speaking, at fan meet and greets, where that's the point, autograph signings and things like that, you're not going to get any of the celebrities being mean. When you might get them be a little fucking mean to you is backstage at a concert. And that's the night, or out in public, right? They're just going to the store.
Right.
Reason being, they're not in fan-friendly mode. They're in either work mode or I'm shopping for my groceries mode. Okay. But work mode is the more important one I want to talk about, because if you go backstage at a concert, you guys might know I'm like a huge Prince mark, right? And everybody who ever approached Prince backstage would tell you he's an asshole. But that's not the case.
I know someone who has said the opposite, actually.
Well, and that's the thing is that they didn't meet him in this context. If he was working, he was a perfectionist, okay?
Yeah.
He's thinking about 30,000 different things. You have to also understand the Prince performs with a live band with at least, I think, a dozen members, okay? He plays multiple instruments. A show for just one concert for Prince is a million different little details, and he's a perfectionist. So while he's sitting backstage, and if you've, and I did have the pleasure of working a Prince show one time and meeting him, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had in my life, because I approached him after the show when he was done with the stress for the day. But I saw 4 or 5 people approach him before the show, and he cussed people out. Because you're all told, please do not approach him. And they're like, oh, yeah, he's too good. No, he's fucking working. It's a job. This is the important part you got to understand. It's a fun job, but it is a job, just like your 9 to 5. And he's working.
No, it is.
And it's the same in the studio. Let me tell you, a lot of musicians in the studio, they're there for fucking business. They're not there to socialize. Now, some of them are there to party. and have a blast, and that's fine. And then some of them are super serious. I've always heard that Eric Clapton was super, super serious in the studio. I've also heard he's a party animal and he could have a fucking wonderful time. Maybe not so much with him being older, but in his day, he's a party animal.
Right.
But he gets in the studio. It's time to lay down a track. There's 50 fucking thousand things I have to check. Then I got to play my part, listen to it back, and I forgot 3 things. Now I got to play it again. If they're working and you're approaching them, you're the asshole, not them.
Yeah. The
and
whole
you might approach them very nicely, but you're still the asshole. I just like if you understand that they're working, treat them like they're working.
Yeah. The whole
Also
thing
coming
with
from the music world, same thing.
Yeah, and if they're in the outside world, treat them like they're a fucking normal person.
Yeah. The whole thing with what Kurt was saying about like different modes really spoke to me too, because like I have a couple different modes even within the work mode, which is another thing that Kurt talked about too. Like for me, like when I'm podcasting, and when I mean podcasting, I don't just mean what we're doing now. I mean like behind the scenes stuff, like
this is the easy part.
Like booking guests, doing promotion, like that's one mode. Like another mode is author mode when I'm writing my books, like working, on my manuscripts, all of that. And then I have my actual day job too of like doing marketing and whatnot for people. Like that's another work mode. So, and like I talked at this, like one of the reasons why when I was in college, the reason why I never wrote any of my fiction books when I was in college was because I was writing papers.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not have the mental bandwidth to do any, you only have so much mental bandwidth within a day, and you got to prioritize shit. So, that's
back to the fucking razor blade guitar.
Yeah.
A couple other comments on it. One, are you familiar with Judas Priest?
Of course.
And so you're familiar with the album British Steel?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the cover of British Steel?
Razor blade.
Razor blade. Yeah. What did it mean then? Did it mean cutting? No, it meant cocaine.
No. Yeah.
Right. And so then there's a whole another side of it is a lot of people when they see a razor blade just think cocaine. Right.
Yeah.
But in the case of Machine Gun Kelly, which I find interesting, he wasn't talking about either of those things. He was talking about shaving his face being the one way. And maybe he was being facetious. Maybe he was full of shit. I don't know. But that's what he said. And I'm going to take him at his word. Right. He could just be making that up. I don't know.
Well,
but it sounds to me as a guy that's hung around a lot of creative artists, that sounds, they have quirks like that. And it does sound like, again, he's a multinational platinum recording artist. He's got to be under 30,000 different contracts, stipulations, moral clauses. If you guys aren't familiar with moral clauses, yes, even in music, there are moral clauses that can get you fired from your record deal if you do or say certain things. So like they're so tightly controlled that it makes perfect sense to me that they would find some almost ritualistic activity that gives them control.
Their images are so freaking tightly controlled, it's insane.
Yeah, and so they have a little more free reign now than they did 20 years ago or 30 years ago. And then they had more free reign before that than they do now. But it's somewhere in between now. They're very tightly controlled. Certainly they can swear or have like some offbeat opinions. You'll notice most of the biggest artists who aren't Taylor Swift, but are somewhere in between, big bands and stuff, you won't find them making a lot of like specific political statements in regards to modern American politics.
Unless they go left.
Exactly. But even a lot of the ones that are left won't do that, right? There's a reason for that, right? And they might use a lot of metaphor, or they might use a lot of things in their music. You might hear in their music I'll tell you one. Metallica, like you can know their politics only basically through their music. And if you listen to enough of it, you'll realize that they are like avid libertarians.
Yeah.
And they're not leftists, Metallica. They are kind of center-right libertarian, I would say.
Yep.
But yeah, like for the most part, you wouldn't know that aside from the fact like they have songs like Don't Tread on Me and Atlas Shrugged and stuff. But it also appeals to like, you know, their whole bit was appealing to like working class. That's like Metallica's whole shtick.
Yeah, Metallica.
Megadeth.
I mean, Ted Nugent too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, say what you will. I know Ted Nugent has kind of become like quote unquote the right wing poster boy, but like Ted is more of like a libertarian in the interviews I've seen.
Same with Kid Rock. Right?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, Kid Rock is this like, I mean, dude, he can't be like a fucking holy roller Christian. He's Kid Rock.
No.
Right? This is like, go listen to his first, you know, big radio song, Ba with the Ba. It's literally about talking to the poor and the underclass. This is for all my homies in cell block 6, right? Like he was the drug addicts and the freaks and the sinners. That's what his song was for them.
Yeah.
And I would say that's and then this is something you won't hear in reference to Kid Rock very often. That's very Christ-like.
No, I mean, I've seen multiple interviews with him now where he seems genuinely humble, and whatnot.
Or here's one for you. A good number of the emo bands that are around these days are Christians.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Kid Rock, and without saying too much, you know, I've met Bob a few times, and I mean, it's not the humility is not fake.
No,
he really is humbled at how many people appreciate his art.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be on my high horse, but like I've been in media long enough to where I kind of have like a BS detector, even from when I watch people, and he definitely, he seems completely genuine to me at least. So
yeah. I mean, there's been some things said about him. Some people have made claim. In fact, the problem is I have friends on multiple sides of things because I've worked with so many people and I tried to get along with so many people.
Yeah.
And so other people that I'm friends with have made claims that Kid Rock is racist and has said racist things to them. I've never heard Kid Rock say anything racist. And as a matter of fact, every time I met him, he was with this one black girl. So like, it's hard for me to believe that he was racist while dating a black girl.
Kid Rock was like, had that guy Joe C who
yeah, may he rest in peace, by the way. He was a good man.
I just read
9 with the 10-foot dick.
I mean, I thought he was like, when I first heard Devil Without a Cause, I was like, is that a kid? And then I looked him up and I read his story and I'm like, whoa,
I'm the
that's
JOE to the C ho. Got more game than Coleco. I'm a freak ho. Call me sick. 3'9" with the 10-foot dick. Oh my God, Joe C, man, and
Joe C was fucking great.
And what a awesome person. I'm so glad I had the pleasure to meet him on the occasions I did before he passed. Really, there was a guy that loved fucking life.
He had some weird disease or something related to celiac or something.
He had a lot of problems.
He had a lot of issues.
Yeah, he was not doing well, and that's why I say there's a man who loved life despite all of his suffering. He didn't. let it ruin him.
Yeah, listen, I
What an
mean,
inspiration.
I don't want to speak for Morpheus, but like when people say that they feel sorry for me or whatever, I'm kind of like, no, there's no reason to feel like, yeah, I've had my struggles. I'm not going to deny that, but like I'm out here living life. That like this is another thing like that
A thing you were told wouldn't happen,
yeah.
right? Like, fuck him. Then same with Joe C, man. They told him he would be dead long before he was.
Also, echo Sam. I shouldn't be where I am today. Point blank, I have spina bifida with a bunch of other issues. I should be severely fucked in a bunch of different ways. And please do not feel sorry for me. I do the best that I can in my situation. And the way I see it is there are people that are far worse off than me.
Yeah.
And I can do for myself. I wouldn't be on a podcast with these two gentlemen if I couldn't do for myself.
With that being said, and this is probably my most controversial opinion, I mean, I really do not. This may be the most controversial opinion I have, but
oh boy, here we go.
I really have a problem with people who I don't empathize with people who commit suicide.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, Max
sounds harsh, but agree.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that this is my most controversial opinion, because in this day and age, that's not a popular thing to say. But as someone,
I'd like to put a little nuance on it, though. I have immense sympathy for those that are left behind by suicide.
Oh, me too. I listen.
That's the real victims.
Exactly. The real victims are the ones that are left
yes.
behind.
My my first girlfriend, her dad committed suicide, actually. And these were girls that I actually, I went to elementary school with, and I've basically known them my entire life. I knew their dad. He committed suicide a few years ago. They were full-grown adults, but even with that, it changed them. And I've known other people who have committed suicide, and their families have,
my uncle Eric.
It's not worth it.
My uncle Eric, who helped raise me, committed suicide when I was a teenager, and it was tragic. And here's a thing. It's a perfect example of nobody knew anything was wrong and he never told anybody.
Yeah.
And not to be too fucking graphic about it, until they found the pieces of him after he got hit by a train, and they could only identify him by a tattoo. And nobody had any idea that that's how he felt, man. When I think of him, I think of a man who was full of life and happy, and it's such a shame that he didn't feel that he could communicate his inner feelings to anybody. But
yeah,
you pick up and you move on. And again, I just felt for his kids and his ex-wife, and it's just awful. But
with that being said, if you with that being said, if you are having suicidal thoughts, but you have the courage to
reach out to somebody,
confront it, and
seriously, hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah,
hit me up personally. DM me. If you're in our audience and you feel that way, I really want you to fucking talk to me.
One of the most touching things that I have experienced as a host was during the pandemic. I was doing lots of live streams with Apex, and at some point, I connected with some guy on Twitter who told me that my podcast of just Apex and I bullshitting helped him laugh and helped him get through the pandemic and helped him through some depression. That made my fuck all the super chats that I could have gotten and all of that. That made my day to hear that. That's more reward than I could, that in of itself is why I'm grateful to be here and why I'm grateful for this audience. I really understand now why Rush loved doing radio so much. And why
it's a
he
bit
basically
weird connecting with people like that sometimes. It's like hard to even. It's like, oh, I'm sitting here bullshitting, but it actually made a difference in your life. That's how I felt in music too, right? Stuff that we had produced, I wasn't commercially successful. That's why I'm not a music producer. You know what I mean? By trade. But we had some fans, and you'd get these emails, like, hey, your guys' record saved my life. And I'm like, that seems a bit much. But then they'll tell you their whole story, and you're like, this can't be real, because this was just a piece of music we made for fun, right? It can't possibly be that important to anybody, because who am I? I'm just a nobody. But you know what? You don't have to be somebody to reach somebody,
Yeah.
A lot of the reason why I'm on the show now is because Sam and I were talking on Twitter, and I happened to mention that I used to do the wrestling podcast, and he was like, "Hey, dude, come on." And I'm here as long as you two gentlemen will have me.
Yeah.
I like the stuff.
No, we love having you aboard, and thanks to both of you gentlemen for kind of getting me onto the Witcher too. That's a little side tangent, but I've enjoyed getting into that whole universe, especially after Game of Thrones was such a disappointment. So,
Yeah, Witcher 3 is a fantastic game, and I was surprised you missed it, but I'm glad that you've enjoyed it.
Listen, I missed a whole decade of, part of that too was because I was in college and I had my nose to the grindstone. So just like you've missed a lot of TV, Max, I mean, I get it. I missed a lot of gaming. So, I played Batman Arkham Knight for the first time last year, and yeah, I agree that Batmobile mechanics are shit, and it's disappointing because that's kind of what I wanted in a Batman game, was a cool Batmobile experience. But
when some
yeah.
The Witcher 3 was the game that brought me back to video games as an adult.
Yeah.
I was playing Diablo with my boy today. Diablo 2 specifically on Xbox, the remaster. It's pretty cool to play a game from my teenagehood with my 8-year-old son. Oh God, Max is playing a super scary game with his 8-year-old. It's Diablo, bro.
Speaking of Max, was that you that tweeted that if you ever ran for office, you would change your last name to Max Payne?
Yeah, because there's transgenders saying that it's unfair that they have to register to run for office under their legal name. They say that's dead naming. Okay. And I'm saying, hey, you can change your name, right, legally, and then run under that name. They're neglecting to do that. So they don't want to legally change their name. Okay, then you have to run under your real name. If they're going to change that rule, however, then I'm going to run as Max Payne.
Listen, You may I think I made it abundantly clear by now that Max Payne is my favorite character in all of video games. Rest in peace, James McCaffrey, by the way. If you did that, I would vote for you simply because Max Payne is my favorite character in
That's
games.
kind of the point of a lot of people would be like Max Payne. Check.
Yep.
It's either Max Payne or the old Homer Simpson Max Power. Although some people have told me Max Sand is like in that, but I honestly think it's like Max plus simple last name just works.
Yeah. Well, listen, like Max Sand even works kind of like in that.
Simple.
In that, like, I could see you being like in that like gritty film noir like type universe that Max Payne is into. So, although I did like 3, I know some people hated 3, but 3 was actually a good game. I think
it was a good Max Payne game.
Yeah,
I think the tone was different, but I think it needed that. Well, the tone. Here's the thing: the tone was the same. It's the setting was different.
Yeah,
I get it. Some people like the grittier New York, but I feel like putting gritty Max in that environment was a good call. But the only thing I didn't like about it was the multiplayer, but like that was a fucking afterthought.
Yeah.
Because bullet time just don't work right in fucking multiplayer.
No.
And it's never gonna, stop trying.
I'm hoping that they actually do the remakes now. I know they've been working on it, but like we've heard that the remakes have been in progress for like, I don't know, 4 years now.
Have you come across this game? I follow on Twitter the guy that made it, El Paso Elsewhere. It's like a psychedelic Max Payne meets. It's hard to describe, but I highly recommend the indie game El Paso Elsewhere.
No, I did have, hilariously enough though, I had the guy who made like the jihadist version of Max Payne like follow me and try and get me to buy his
Yeah, I
like
had the guy who was
anti-Jew.
making a game called Hamas Heroes, and he put me in as a
Yeah.
That's funny.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to kill me in a video game, go pick up Hamas Heroes on Steam. I'm sure it's banned, but they were trying to put it on Steam.
Yeah, I think I might be in there too. Well, like he followed me and then he saw all of the veteran people that I follow and he was like, "Oh, fuck you." So,
I don't know. He just did it because I had a fucking Israeli flag on my Twitter name, and I was. It's just so funny. How much I've gotten anti-Semitism because of that, and I'm like, I'm not Jewish.
No, you know what's funny is
you're worse than you're sucking up to the, what do they call it? They have a word for it, and it's a Yiddish word, which I find funny. Shabos? I believe it's Shabos. Yeah. They call me a Shabos. Like,
okay. You'll
look, man, at the end of the day, a Jewish man delivered my son and a Jewish woman performed heart surgery saving my life. It's really hard to hate them. So you could say whatever you want, but it's really hard for me to hate those two people.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm not even going anywhere near hate with those.
Yeah. It's like, okay. So they're bad people that save my life and bring my son into the world, huh? Give me a fucking break, dude. Grow up. Get off the internet.
While you guys are here, I have to let's see.
Oh yeah, and a Jewish guy manages my money. I forgot that. That's important too. He's really good at it.
While you two are here, I have to bring up my favorite meme that I've encountered recently. Mortheous, I think, saw this, but yeah. I just thought that this was
Sam. I don't think that's a Subway sandwich.
No, well, you know, it could be in some, you know.
I mean, it might be a foot long, but it's not a Subway sandwich.
Oh, it's a foot long, but you know,
There's not enough meat in it. It's too much bread.
well, there's too much bread and too much lettuce, so, but yeah, for those listening on audio, it's a meme where it says Israel's biggest movie actress, and it's Gal Gadot who plays Wonder Woman, and then it just goes Hamas's biggest movie actress, and it's Mia Khalifa, who's
about to eat a foot long Subway sandwich that I'm pretty sure is actually just concealing a penis. Just for the audio listeners.
Yeah. Well, Mortheous, since you're the bonk police, what do you have to say on this matter?
Mia's nasty.
Yeah, but here's my thing: is which one had the higher domestic gross?
Well,
pretty sure it was Gail.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the porn actress.
Oh, well,
it's just that she didn't get the difference is that she didn't get most of the money because it's a different industry. But more people have probably seen it than fucking Wonder Woman.
That's actually, as much as I hate to admit it, I didn't even know who Mia Khalifa was until just like a few years ago, actually. So
I discerned that she was a porn actress and saw her making bad takes on Twitter.
I
don't watch porn, so I wouldn't know who the fuck she is.
No, and I like
don't watch it, you know.
Yeah.
You're not gonna say you don't watch porn, right? So.
All right, I'm back.
I mean, I don't consider Playboy to be porn, but I mean, I don't watch that type. I don't watch the type that she's in. Let me put it that way.
He likes the gay porn.
I've seen more Mia porn on Twitter than I ever did going to seek it.
That's that's actually that's a good point. Apparently she also eats dog shit, according to Ian Miles Chong, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, but he kills dogs, so fuck him.
Yeah, fuck Ian.
Yeah.
That guy is a fucking god. E-celebrities are all cancer. I've mentioned that on the show a few times, but I just think it's worth pointing out. She's one of them. You know, a porn star is an e-celeb nowadays. Not like in the old days where you actually had to go to a porn shop. Mortheous is probably fucking knows more than anything than you, but like back in the day, you actually had to people had to know your shame because you had to walk up to the counter with your porn and have somebody else ring it up for you.
At one point, you had to go into a movie theater.
Yeah, you had to go to the Blockbuster and go.
No, like the biggest revelation for me was that people used to go to a movie theater. Type
you ever
thing.
see Taxi Driver?
Girl
to the fucking the porn theater as a fucking date.
Yeah.
Based.
Well, American Werewolf in London, like there's a whole scene that's in a porn theater. So
Yeah, it used to be theaters. I'm not that old. We had VHS. Obviously, VHS market was like almost entirely driven by porn. You see, the reason that VHS defeated Betamax, which was a superior platform, was because the porn studios chose VHS because they were cheaper. And so because all the people consuming porn had switched over to VHS, Betamax could not get enough market share to compete, and thus we got the VHS era. It's also similar with DVDs. The porn companies selected that as the winner as opposed to other formats that were competing at the time. And HD DVD versus Blu-ray. Blu-ray was adopted by the porn. That's why it's the one that won. Whichever technology the porn industry adopts is going to be the one. And so like a lot of the porn VR is now geared towards Oculus, or now it's called Meta. The VR porn is all geared towards the Meta Quest. So that's going to be the one that wins the battle.
yeah, so in other words, Apple is fucked because they don't allow any pornographic like content on their thing then.
Yeah. Well, but they're
also fucked because of the expensive price tag, but you know,
but you can just go to a fucking website. You don't need it to be on like the Apple Store.
That's true.
Right. And I'm sure there will be plenty of it. Like the porn industry likes you to fucking get their shit. So, but yeah, you're right. It's a more expensive product. It's not as mass market, and because the porn industry is focused on creating, I keep calling it Oculus, the Meta Quest content, and the Meta Quest is outsold all the other VR machines by a lot.
Yeah,
it's not even close. It's like Apple. Like realistically, Apple is already lost. They cannot sell enough VR headsets to ever compete, even if it was $300 like the Meta.
I mean, if it were around, okay, you might be right. I would say
they're coming close to Nintendo Switch numbers, Sam.
Okay, yeah. Well. My one argument would be if it were cheaper, then like it would be. I'm not disagreeing that they would lose. What I am saying is, if it were cheaper, there would be more competition.
If it was cheaper, they could have their second place monopoly like they do with phones. I agree. Yeah. But they're not. Somebody else is going to take the second place spot simply because of the price. And you're right. They're making it harder to get porn on the thing. It's not like you can't get porn on the Oculus through like their store, right?
Right.
So it's the same as with Apple, but they're making content specifically with that device in mind.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can port it over, but they're going after the one that's popular because that's their market, and they know that anything that is that well established is the right call. But also the porn industry has picked winners and losers for a long time in the tech community. I'll tell you this, when VR porn was first becoming like a kind of entity, if you would go to like the CES or any of these consumer electronic shows like I do, the lines for the VR porn booths would be the longest line in the place by a mile. Which is weird if you think about it, because you're waiting in line to use the same Oculus VR after 400 other guys have sat in that chair using it to look at porn. I can assure you that I did not go through those lines because I thought that was fucking gross. But I did take note of nothing was even close to as popular as the VR porn display. Not even.
No,
and this was before the new Xbox and PlayStation. Nobody was in line for that. Everybody was in line for the Oculus VR porn.
I believe it.
Journalists, fucking tech journalists, all waiting to get their chance to look at some porn.
Of course it's the tech journalist.
I mean, if you're at those shows, you're either a journalist or you work in the industry, right? It's not like everybody can go to these shows.
Yeah.
So it's almost all journalists. That's why I thought it was funny. There's so many journalists in line to go watch porn together. Fucking weirdos.
Yeah, well, there are just some general weirdos, or as Morpheus likes to say, sus people in journalism. So
yeah, I love did you see my thing today? Somebody was talking about Coach Red Pill, and they were like, Ukraine killed an American journalist and both parties want to give them money. And I was like, hold on. Calling Coach Red Pill a journalist makes him less sympathetic because journalism.
Well,
and also is kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
Right.
He was like a sector blogger, right? A manosphere.
It's
guy.
also not just that, but like the people who are sympathetic, like they've gone out of their way, at least in the interactions because like they'll call by his real name, like Gonzalo or what it was. But I'm like,
because
I'm like,
the reason they're doing that is they don't want to call him Coach Red Pill.
Right.
Because then you have to address the picture of him with the cast that says "to gas the Jews," and you have to like all kinds of like problematic fucking stuff. They don't want that.
No, I know that, but like, so my whole bit has been for the past week, when they say Gonzalo Lyra, I say, oh, you mean Coach Red Pill, and their order response is, no, I mean Gonzalo Lyra, and I'm like, and I mean Coach Red Pill. Like I
mean, he wouldn't deny that that's who he is. He never denied that.
So why should we? That's my question. We shouldn't. Like, I'm not saying that they should have killed him necessarily.
No, well, I am.
Oh.
I will defend Ukraine on this one. The problem isn't Ukraine. The problem was our government. They should not have allowed that to happen.
I agree.
Ukraine was in the right. This man was a guest in their country. He wasn't even a legal resident because he refused. I mean, Kurt put this whole thing out, and Kurt said he's not a good man, and I agree. And Kurt knew him personally and knew him in Ukraine. Right? A lot of people don't know that Kurt lived in Kharkiv, I think it's. He lived in Ukraine for quite a while at the same time. They knew each other. And the first thing Kurt said is he's not a good man.
No.
And I agree with him on that. But more importantly, he was too lazy to fill out his paperwork to get his residential thing. Kurt said it's the easiest fucking thing in the world. So he's not even, he's basically an illegal immigrant in their country. And then he had the audacity to run propaganda for an invading army. I do not blame them.
And look, I love Tucker Carlson. You know how much I love Tucker, but shame on Tucker for glossing over that fact.
But the State Department should never have allowed him to die. That is he's an American citizen, and it was 100%. Our country's responsibility to bring him home safely, as it should from any American who is taken as a political prisoner overseas. And I said he was kind of running propaganda for the enemy, but that does make him a political prisoner. In America, that would just be called freedom of speech. This is a thing Americans forget. You don't have freedom of speech in other fucking countries.
Right. No, so that's
and these people were invading and killing Ukrainians, and this fucking asshole had the fucking audacity, right? He got kicked out of his fucking hotel immediately. Not because the guy was like, oh, you're such a, because I saw the video of the hotel manager comes up to him and he's like, you can't stay here anymore. I'm being threatened.
So, like, Max, I'm curious, why did he go to Ukraine? And
I don't know.
Because
I'm not that familiar with, like, His story to me starts there at the part that I've explained. I didn't know who he was before that because I wasn't into the whole Ethan Ralph scene.
Right.
So I didn't know who Dick Masterson was either.
No. From what I heard was
my limited knowledge is I think it was for a woman.
Okay.
That sounds as possible as anything. He was like a right-wing doomer, so maybe there was some I have to get out of America in it. And Ukraine, here's the thing about Ukraine pre-war and why Kurt went there. It's a great place for tech startups, or it was. It's not now.
Yeah.
No, maybe that had I don't know why he got there, but I do know that you're essentially an illegal immigrant in their country.
What I've heard, and this is the thing with the whole sector that like you can never, or I guess with the whole E-drama spirit that you can never tell. What I heard is that he went there because basically like because Dick Masterson dared him to. I don't know if that's true.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I don't buy that. But like that's just what I heard. I don't buy it, but that's what I've heard.
No, that sounds like some internet rumor bullshit.
Yeah, that's
a girl. You know, maybe he had some kind of idea of a tech startup company, but I don't believe that it was a dare from some sector guy. I think that the problem with the Ethan Ralph sector people is that they want to raise their importance to something actually important.
Yeah.
And so they've all jumped on this with all of their bullshit about the guy. All I know is that he has had a lot of things he said that I disagree with, but I'll support his right to free speech, except that you're in a foreign country, bro. And you got to understand that the risk, and he to some degree he did after he did the videos, he realized how serious it was. I don't think he realized it would be that serious. And certainly he couldn't have predicted that Russian television would put his videos on the air, which is really what caused him the most problems. But here's the other thing. We do know that he was originally captured by Azov Battalion, the supposedly worst of the worst. And they didn't kill him. They took him into custody and put him in jail. Now, we also don't necessarily know how he died. And if I'm going to speculate, I'm going to put everything on suicide. But again, the State Department shouldn't have let him rot in a Ukrainian prison no matter what. We're supposedly their allies. They should have fucking given him to us. But they didn't.
Yeah, well,
nobody was asking for it. So in that way, yeah, we should hold them to the fire about it. But let's have the real conversation that what he did, like, imagine, Sam. Imagine if you suddenly your town, your state was literally invaded by another country, and there was some asshole streaming, laughing about it, and saying how they were going to kill you all. Would you be happy?
No.
Or would you want to string the guy up? He's lucky they didn't just fucking lynch him.
Yeah.
You know? That's why I say I don't blame the Ukrainians for their reaction to him. What I do blame is the Biden State Department for allowing this to happen to an American citizen, not a fucking journalist. Stop calling him a fucking journalist. I'm so sick of that.
Yeah. Well,
he's a fucking blogger, and he's a manosphere blogger at that.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, like to your point about the Biden administration is, we allegedly have special forces like teams in Ukraine. From what I've heard, we might not, but like if we do, like special forces, they do hostage like rescues. So when he like,
no, he wasn't. But that would be the hostages of our enemies. This is our ally,
right? But like
all the money we've given them, and they couldn't hand this one guy over to us. You know why?
Yeah.
But let's be real. Do you know why they didn't hand him over to us? No one asked them to.
No. Well, he was a nobody basically.
Yeah, he was a nobody. He was just a fucking. I mean, he did Manosphere blogs for like 30 people, and then just started recording the invasion and laughing about it. And I love that people call that, oh, he's a journalist. Like, first of all, that's actually disrespectful to him to call him a journalist because he hated fucking journalists.
Yep.
Second of all, he's just not. He's not a journalist. And that's why I think it's important. He was just a U.S. citizen who expressed his opinion, and it was the State Department's fucking prerogative to just let him rot. And they knew eventually he'd fucking die. I mean, there's no way they didn't know that.
Well, my question, I'm just like playing devil's advocate here. My question would be, if I were like a normie, did the State Department even know who he was? Because like I'm internet savvy, and I barely knew who the guy was.
They knew,
right?
They knew. No, they knew.
Oh,
they were very aware.
I'm just
just
asking.
Well, I mean, look, they got that fucking basketball playing bitch, right? They got her, no problem. And Russia is not our ally. Russia's not our ally, but they made that fucking trade, didn't they? Ukraine is our ally. And if we had asked them to hand him over for all the billions of fucking dollars we've given them, they would have fucking done it if we said, look, you give us our guy back or we're not giving you any more fucking money. But Biden's not about to do that. And by the way, the Republicans who want to give them more money are just as fucking bad. No more money. No more money.
No more money for fucking Ukraine. None. Period. Done.
Yeah. If an American citizen can't be safe there, then why should we fucking safe from the Ukrainians, not the Russians?
I mean,
why should we keep giving them money? I don't know. We've already given them too much money.
Even even some people from Zelensky's even some people from Zelensky's camp have admitted now that that the war is a lost cause. Did you see that? Like that came out back in like November something.
I know they're trying to seek peace talks through Switzerland, which usually that ends these kind of conflicts.
Yeah, well, like
not just Ukraine, by the way. Like Russia is also seeking mediation, so the odds are that there will be some kind of ceasefire. When is hard to say, but and I'd like that to happen. I'm anti-war, period. Right?
Yeah.
I just oppose all of it, so I would prefer them to figure this out and stop killing each other. But we can't just, at the one hand, I don't like the narrative surrounding this guy, okay? And on the other hand, like, you should never have allowed an American citizen to be killed as a prisoner of war in a country that we're allies with. Ever.
Yeah.
That never happen.
Yeah, and I had to consider that, and I hadn't considered what you said about Brittany Griner until you mentioned it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It is weird. It is weird that that like we went into more effort to get Brittany Griner from an enemy.
We traded the most notorious arms dealer ever
for a fucking basketball player.
For a dumb basketball player who had smoked pot in a country where you definitely shouldn't smoke pot.
Yeah.
Pro tip to anybody, if you travel internationally, don't bring fucking drugs. That's not smart.
Yeah.
Now, we should have gotten her back. That's where I'm going to differ from a lot of fucking Republicans. We should have gotten her back. We should also get back the Marines who are in Russian custody who got left behind instead of her. And we should also have gotten Gonzalo Lira back.
If you're going to get Brittany Griner back, you get everybody back.
Yeah. These are Americans. And Biden doesn't give a fuck. Biden doesn't give a fuck about any Americans. He cared because she fit into their identity politics bullshit. That's the only reason he cared.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about a women's basketball player? Who gives a fuck about women's basketball? Who watches that shit? Nobody. I was shitting on AEW for 700,000 fans, but I guarantee you a WNBA game gets like 10 fans.
Well, I would also say the difference between the WNBA and AEW is that the women are actually attractive in AEW.
Yeah, that's why they can't wrestle. And the women basketball players are less attractive, but they are physically fit and can do the fucking sport that they're in.
That's a good point too.
Wendy Richter, baby. Whatever happened. My favorite is that one clip where I was ranting about women wrestling with you, Sam, and you cut it at the perfect point because my last question was, whatever happened to handsome Jimmy Valiant?
And again, I was editing clips on one's phone is not easy, but damn it.
I got a couple of comments that are actually from the Gilded server as opposed to the live chat. The big Malden guy is really dominating that crippled man. Thank you. I actually corrected that. I said 2 crippled men. And Cat Lovers also says, now they are saying that man in Ukraine was not a journalist. Reddit said he was. That's pretty funny, actually. And Dip says, the most sickening thing to me is when the president left our military men in prison in Russia forever, instead traded for some dumb bitch. Agreed. Those men deserve to go first.
100%.
She went there as a business thing. They didn't go there. They went there because they were soldiers. It's different.
They went there because they were fucking ordered to.
Yeah. We should never leave. We should never leave one of our boys behind.
What about
men and women? Because women serve. I don't want to completely be shit on them. If we have a man or a woman in the armed services that is being held in another country, we should not just leave them there. And no, we shouldn't have left. We shouldn't have left the basketball playing woman there either. But they all should be home. I'll go one further. All of our fucking men and women in uniform should be home. All of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was just gonna say that we should not have left behind our soldiers in Afghanistan after the clusterfuck, because there are still some there.
Yeah.
And furthermore, we also should not have left behind the Iraqis who we promised we would give asylum to for helping us basically in that war.
I'll go you one further, Sam, because I have the flag upstairs. It's not among my flags here, but we shouldn't have left behind those POWs and MIAs in Vietnam either, especially them. Because there's more of them than there are of anybody else we're talking about. So I don't want to leave that out of the conversation, because the fucking the Johnson administration left hundreds and hundreds of men behind.
Yep, I'm glad you bring that up.
No, and their families never to even be told what happened to them. And some of them were alive as prisoners for long after that war ended.
Yeah. No,
we brought the traitor John McCain home. Why couldn't we bring the good guys home? Why'd we get him and John Kerry?
Do you want to know the? Are you asking rhetorically, or do you want the answer? Do you actually?
Yeah, but you can go ahead.
Okay. No, I mean, it's a rhetorical question, but and this is the sad truth too, is McCain had the juice to get home because his father was part of the military industrial complex.
Yep.
So, and
It doesn't matter that he worked with the enemy to create propaganda against our country, right? He's so much more important than all those guys, right? And you see the flag. Everybody's seen the POWMIA flag. There's a reason people are fucking waving that. And I just feel like the younger people don't fully grasp why. Because a portion of their generation was left in another fucking country to just be whatever happens to you, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Despicable. Those men went there and they fought in one of the fucking toughest wars in the modern era, and you couldn't even have the decency to.
A war which, by the way, President Nixon was trying to get us out of, and then fucking Watergate happened. Surprisingly, YouTube actually did something right this week, which was they pointed me to the channel of the Richard Nixon Foundation, and they've got some good content over there. Shout out to the Richard Nixon. I'm actually I know Max always likes to say he's a contrarian. Richard Nixon being one of my top presidents, that's my big contrarian opinion, because
I've always been a pro Nixon guy, but
yeah. Well, let me ask you this.
Nixon was Trump before Trump.
Yeah, no, he was. But when I was growing up, in school, and I went to a pretty good school actually, but when I was growing up, all I heard about Nixon was that he was a bad dude because Watergate. That's literally all they that's literally all they taught us about Richard Nixon.
Mm-hmm. And the reason that didn't take with me in particular is because I was listening to oh my God, I can't believe I spaced on his name. G. Gordon Liddy. Yeah.
Yep.
I was a big listener with G. Gordon Liddy when I was a teenager and a preteen teenager. And so you get a lot more context if you've listened to him. I highly recommend just go listen to some of his old shows, if only thing, just for some of his old stories about being a CIA spook. He would talk about assassinations and stuff. It was fucking great.
Yeah.
Whatever you feel about the legalities of it or whatever, it's really cool. He was like a real life spy, real life interesting cat. I had the pleasure of talking to him. He was going to give me an interview before he died. Unfortunately, he said it was when his health improved, and it didn't. I was very thankful that he gave me as much of his time as he did, because he did agree to do an interview with me, because he told me I was the first person to ask in a very long time.
I may or may not have based I've based my characters off a couple of different people, but I may or may not have based the character of Thomas Roberts off of G. Gordon Liddy in part. So
I could tell.
And I also did base him partially off Steve too. But no, there's actually a video from the Richard Nixon Foundation that I want to play, because if this doesn't sound like Trump, I don't know what else to say.
Then I can tell you the awful thing YouTube did this week. Since you gave them credit for something, I need to shit on them.
Yeah, let me bring this up though.
Let the man speak. By the way, for some people that aren't familiar, while you bring it up, I'll give a little Nixon history here. A lot of Trump's biggest supporters and speechwriters and stuff were Nixon guys.
They have much more power than most people would like to think.
Roger Stone being one, Pat Buchanan being another, And so like the lineage is there. So, before you just dismiss, oh, he was a crook, maybe look into it. Watergate wasn't what you think. And he was set up as much as Trump is being set up now.
Yep. And I don't know the date of when this interview was. I looked it up last night because this is when I found it, and I think this was like in the late 7th. I think this might have been in the early 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
It
But
looks to be early 80s or late 70s just by the video.
yeah. So this video is from the Rich Nixon. I'm surprised this is even on YouTube. That YouTube would allow this, but Nixon, media is driven by self-righteousness and double standards.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah, let's play this. This is kind of eerie how similar it rings true to today. And this was in 1980 or something. But anyway.
They have much more power than most people would like to think. When we think of the media in this country, the problem is that they have a sense of self-righteousness, a double standard on issue after issue after issue. They can find everything wrong with somebody else, but they will not look inside and ever admit that they could be wrong themselves. And what was involved here in the Watergate thing was the unfairness of it. Oh, there was a legitimate thing to investigate, but they refused to balance it. They allowed their advocacy to get ahead of their reporting, which is their job to do. President Eisenhower in his farewell address wrote about and warned against the power of the military-industrial complex. I didn't get a chance to make a farewell address, but when I get old enough and decide to retire, and I'm not planning it at the moment, but when I get that old, if I make a farewell address, I think I would warn against the media elitist complex. The media is always talking about the imperial presidency, the power of the imperial presidency. I think we ought to hear a little bit of discussion of the imperial media and its power. You see, presidential power is limited by the courts, limited by the Congress. The media's power is unlimited. And some would say, but what about libel suits? Forget it. After the Supreme Court's decision in Sullivan versus New York Times a few years ago, a public figure cannot collect in a libel suit against newspaper or television unless he can prove malice. And there's no way that that's going to be possible. As far as the media is concerned, all we can hope from them, if they're going to be responsible, is self-analysis, self-criticism, and some of them are trying with their ombudsman and the rest. The other thing is competition. But what we see in terms of newspapers across the country is more and more places where there's only one paper. Take Washington, D.C. Since the Star left the scene, the Washington Post is the only major newspaper being printed in the most important capital in the world. I wouldn't like to leave the fate of this country to the editors of the Washington Post.
Do you think that the First Amendment has been misused or abused by reporters?
Oh, no question about it. It's used basically as a license.
He's not wrong.
Let's face it, Sullivan versus New York Times is in effect a license to lie because they can tell an untruth, print an untruth, which some of them consciously do if it's going to sell newspapers or what have you, or win a prize. And then they can always get behind the barrier under that case of saying, well, I didn't intend any malice. I had no malice.
That's a terribly cynical approach, though, to people who are doing their best, who are going to work, who are trying to, trying to sell papers, certainly, but are trying to tell the truth.
Let me say right at the outset of this conversation, I made it clear that I was not speaking personally. I was not speaking generally.
Yeah, stop getting
I'm simply speaking of what I have found to be an unfortunate majority at the present time. I think it could change. There are a lot of very good, responsible reporters, particularly in the writing press. Not yet that much in television, because television is so...
Unfortunately, that's no longer true, but yeah.
...consumed with ratings and the rest. They'll do almost anything to get a story.
Is there any way to get some kind of a handle on this situation? Should the media be investigated? Should it be controlled?
No, I may disagree, for example, with what some president does with his power, but I don't want to abolish the presidency, or I don't want to control it. The same is true of the press. I believe in a free press. I do not want government control under any circumstances, or government censorship of either radio, television, or newspapers. But I'm simply suggesting here that all of the media should look within themselves, look through that microscope at themselves, look in the mirror now and then, rather than looking out there to others.
Yeah.
That was
And they'll
40
never fucking do it.
They'll never. They never have. Yeah.
That was 40 some odd years ago now that he gave that interview, and not a damn thing has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse.
Well, look at the publications he named: New York Times, Washington Post. Those are still the biggest offenders. They're still the biggest. But he mentioned that TV was a little different. Yeah, this was before 24-hour news channels, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This was about 15 years before CNN.
And the internet, forget that. That wasn't even the internet wasn't even on the horizon. Right. At that point. But aside from all of that, what he's saying there could just as easily apply to today. And that's what Trump has basically been saying what Trump basically said in 2016 and in 2024 what Nixon was saying back in 1980.
Because time is a flat circle.
Yeah. No, it really is.
And the funny thing is these issues kind of faded. The younger people might not get this, but these issues kind of faded from popular discussion over the 90s and early 2000s, and there were less people talking about the biases in journalism and such. Obviously you got guys like Rush that were like obviously pointing it out the whole time, but for the most part, it was like, oh yeah, the media is neutral. A lot of people thought, specifically CNN when it came out, a lot of people thought it was neutral.
Yeah,
a lot
of people for a long time thought that it was neutral. So
yeah, but you can see that was the early versions of woke in CNN right from the get-go. They were talking about environmentalism, they were talking about climate change, like right from the outset of the company, because that's what Ted Turner was into. He was a far lefty.
Yeah, well, I mentioned
and also insane.
Yeah, well, I mentioned Jane Fonda. Ted Turner was married to Jane Fonda for a long time, and she's been on the environmental bandwagon for forever.
He also is very likely the one that put up those Georgia Guidestones that people freak out about.
Yeah,
the ones.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few other people
the ones that no longer exist.
Yeah, there's very few other people based in Georgia who would have had the resources and the mindset to do that. It was definitely a Ted Turner thing. He can deny it. And he did. He denied it till he was, dude, come on. And just for those that aren't aware of the Georgia Guidestones, these were these stones put up mysteriously that gave basically rules on how to fix the planet. And the biggest one was to keep the entire human population under 500,000. So essentially these stones were calling for the death of 7 billion people?
Yeah.
And Ted Turner put him up. He's been, they talk about degrowth, right? Ted Turner was the original degrowth guy.
Yeah.
Fuck Ted Turner.
I can't. Let me just put it this way. There's a media mogul character in my books who I based off Ted Turner. The fact that no one to my knowledge has actually made like a villain out of him yet in media is kind of astounding, because he has the makings of like a great diabolical villain.
To be
So,
fair, Vince McMahon did in 1996 with the Billionaire Ted sketches.
based.
Let me tell you something. The Nacho Man. That shit was hilarious. I don't give a fuck. People are. I see a lot of wrestling fans that think that shit's like lame now, but man, that shit cracked me up.
Well, look,
Hulk Hogan in a walker.
People like to shit on Tomorrow Never Dies, which is one of the Pierce Brosnan and James Bond movies. But I mean, they basically did the same thing where like Ted Turner they made like a Ted Turner character who was like a terrorist, but so what he would do in the movie was he would do like a terrorist attack, but then right about the terrorist attack, like the day before, it happened. So like his newspaper and websites could like report on it before anyone else did, right? So so in the movie he basically like created false flag terror, and everyone back then was like, "Oh, this is super unrealistic," and whatnot, and that's why it got.
Meanwhile, literally at the time, Bill Clinton is wagging the dog, doing exactly.
Yeah. well. There's also a movie called Wag the Dog too.
Right
around that time.
Yeah.
So
it's totally unrealistic, though.
Also,
pussy smoke.
Also, people are mad at Pierce Brosnan because Pierce Brosnan endorsed Robert Kennedy instead of Biden.
Sure. I mean,
yeah.
Look, if you endorse, you endorse the guy that's going to lose anyway. I don't understand why people get so mad about that. I'm not even going to get mad at anybody that endorsed DeSantis, for example. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
They seem to be doing enough damage to themselves at this point, and they seem very mad, but that's them, Hey, DeSantis rumors, I've been shitting on you a long time, but once he drops out, you're welcome. Come, join us.
Look, even the RFK people, the fact that even the RFK Jr. people, the fact that you're splitting people away from Joe Biden, good.
Well, and then when he's taken out, you're welcome too. Look, it really is the people versus Joe Biden now.
Yeah,
that's what it is. If you're either on that team, you can be on Joe Biden's team too, I guess. But like that seems pretty. Unless you're part of the elite, that seems stupid and seems against your best interest. But
yeah.
I'll turn around and accept the people that voted for Joe Biden twice later on when they figure out they're wrong.
Well, no, what's interesting is that like both Eric Clapton is another one that like, endorsed RFK Jr. and like, I don't know, but like I would certainly consider Eric Clapton to maybe be like considered one of the elite, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They wouldn't. Not anymore. Not after what he said about the vax.
No, they wouldn't before. He said stuff about the vaccines before COVID. Because of his son dying.
Yeah.
He's been very anti-vaccine, and I mean childhood vaccines. He's been anti-childhood vaccine since the 90s. So he's not really part of their thing. It's just that you were allowed to be anti-vaccine and a Democrat until very recently. Now you're not. Right? Which is funny because they're conflating the COVID vaccine with the other vaccines. And it's also funny because the anti-vaxxers on the right do the same thing now.
Yeah.
They're not the same thing. Like you got to take them individually, but
yeah. Well, look, I was never considered I'm not an anti-vaxxer generally, but like because
anti-COVID vax.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and like look, Max and I have talked about this, and I'm sure I don't want to speak for.
I'm anti-mandatory vaccines pretty much across the board. I think Look, if you want to be the parent that doesn't get your kid childhood vaccines, and I have a friend like this, or a former friend, and that's why we're not friends, is because they can't respect my decision, not the other way around.
Right. No, but like
I don't want my son to die of measles, mumps, or rubella like happened to so many children 100 years ago when they didn't have vaccines for that. You know, if you had 5 children in 1920, 2 of them would die before they reached 18 years old. And that's because of preventable childhood diseases that we can prevent now. Now, I get it. People are like, oh, but it causes autism. Here's the thing. Sam, if they said, here's your choice. Your child, you're about to have a son. Your child can have either autism, which vaccines don't cause autism, but let's just pretend they do, or scarlet fever and go deaf, blind, and dumb like Helen Keller. Which would you prefer?
Autism seems...
Yeah, autism's a lot more minor in comparison, isn't it? Now, that's if you assume that question is easy to answer for almost anybody, and that's if you assume that vaccines do cause it. The evidence suggests that they don't, but and the study that they did was completely fabricated. And I want to point this out because it's important. The doctor that put out that study retracted it and then lost his medical license because he didn't actually even do a study. He made it up. So vaccines don't cause autism.
Well, my whole thing was like, I've talked to this before. I never took a flu vaccine when I was a kid, just because like, and I have no scientific evidence to back this up, but just from my experiences, every single time I got the flu vaccine, I got the flu. And then the years that I didn't, I never got the flu, right? I don't know. It could just be coincidental. I'll admit that. But after a while, I just never took the flu vaccine. Here's the difference. Nobody had a problem with me not taking the flu vaccine. Right.
That's another thing. You would refuse the flu vaccine, and even doctors and she'd be all right, cool.
Yeah. But
they might say, hey, you should get it because blah, 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 blah. But they're not gonna, they're just like, okay, totally understand.
Right. Well,
not anymore. Even now they want to push, I'm telling you from experience, they want to push the flu vaccine like it's this big deal all of a sudden. I'm like, you look at my records. I've never taken one.
Right. Yeah. No.
Why is it different now? It's not COVID. I've had the flu. It's not that big a fucking deal. That's the way I look at it. And COVID is the same for me. I'm not an old sick person, and it's very tragic that so many old sick people died of COVID, but I'm not one of them.
Look, I got COVID, and I actually I actually got COVID somewhat I wouldn't say horribly, but like, it
wasn't fun
and schmooly. But I took the dreaded ivermectin, which, by the way, is not horse paste. I mean, it can be, but not. But there are different varieties, and
that's the thing is that's dishonest too, because it's like, you could say the same thing about any antibiotic, right? Or any antiviral. Oh, they give that to dogs. Yeah, because it's an antibiotic, you fucking moron.
Point is like I took ivermectin, and literally the first day
you started neighing and having a craving for hay and wanting to run through a field, right?
Well, no. So what happened was the first day I had COVID, this is how it felt. It felt like I could not breathe because it felt like I had a boot on my back where my lungs are. I mean, I felt like I was being crushed. It was extremely painful. My mom gave me ivermectin. Literally an hour later, I felt like I could breathe again. I was still in bad shape, but I could at least breathe comfortably.
Got another comment real quick here from Dip. He says he was in the hospital and overheard a doctor and a patient talk about how they had 6 boosters for COVID.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. You know that there's not even science behind one booster.
No, there's not.
It's not even. It's technically not a booster. It's the same shot. They're just giving you more of it.
And like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but like, at what point, like, wouldn't the boosters make you sick? Like, eventually, if you fill your body up with like
most of the
people,
most of the people, because you've heard a lot of people pointing out died suddenly is a thing, right? And
yeah,
people that had myocarditis and stuff. And people are like, it's the vax. Actually, it's the correlation is the boosters specifically.
Yeah.
Because I got the vax. I didn't get a single fucking booster. I'm fine. Right? But I know people who got the booster and are now experiencing heart problems and other things. And I know people that got multiple boosters who have had fainting spells and all kinds of fucking shit.
I went to school with like student athletes who are in better shape than I am, and they got the boosters. And like, I hate to make this joke, but some of them are crippled, maybe not in the same way I am. But like, one of them, like, temporarily lost function of his arm.
Yeah, literally life-changing shit.
Yeah,
it's awful. You know, I just think that. I mean, I've been saying this since the Ice Cube episode, right? It's your personal health information, and it's nobody else's fucking business unless you want to fucking share it. And especially that goes for the government. That goes triple for the government. It's not the government's business of my health decisions.
Yeah, and
it's certainly not the government's place to force them on me.
It's not the government's position. It's also not the fucking mobs. And when I mean the mob, I mean, like, I don't mean like the mafia. I mean like a mob of people.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. You're gonna take the vax, so you're gonna wake up with a fucking horse head. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
I'm just picturing a bunch of Sicilians like, have you taken your fucking vax yet, buddy?
Well, no. Am
I gonna have to break your fucking legs, sir?
I feel like
go ahead, break them, bitch.
Yeah, they're already. I'm already crippled. What else can you do? So, no, but the most irritating thing was if you don't, and this was in Florida even, if you don't wear a mask, you must want grandma to die. That was like the weakest.
I just started saying, yeah, fuck her.
My grandmother.
They don't have a response when you say that. They don't have a response because you're admitting the thing that they're saying, and it's like, yeah, fuck her. I don't care. It's not my problem.
No, I fucked with. I didn't go that far. I fucked with them by saying, no, my grandmother doesn't want the vaccine either, and she's in her 80s. They don't have.
Another quick one here, it's because it's relevant. Humongous, member of our Gilded's been blowing up with chat tonight, which is cool. Hey, if you're a normal chatter, maybe come join our Gilded. I will put the link in chat. As soon as I stop running my fucking mouth. So Tay says, I had the one vax, no boosters. How many boosters even are there? Probably in the triple digits by now. He's not wrong. But the problem is that the booster is just that first shot again and again and again and again and again. And I think that these injuries are essentially from an overdose. That like in the most simple terms possible. I'm not a science guy. I'm not a doctor. But what I'm seeing is a lot of people who get vaccine injured by the COVID vax are the ones taking boosters and potentially multiple boosters. So
yeah,
that's why I steer clear of it. But also, I'm not telling anybody what to do with their health. You make your own decisions because I have faith that you are a smart individual and can make the best decision for yourself.
Yeah, and that is one thing I want to bring up. Kind of related, but also just in general. Jimmy brought this up last night, and you saw this comment, but Jimmy actually acknowledged the fact that and I think he included you in this too, we respect the audience's intelligence and and we don't try and talk down to people. And I mean, yeah, I appreciate that. I've always tried to do that. I'm not perfect, but yeah, I try and meet people where they're.
I mean, I speak for myself here, but if I wanted to, I could do the things that people who don't respect their audience do. I can talk like this, guys. Hi, guys. Today we're gonna da-da-da-da-da-da. Anybody can fucking do that, but when I'm doing that, I'm assuming that you're fucking 5 years old. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
or also screaming out "Dono." Like there are streamers who call their audience literal pay pigs. Which
if it works, I guess it's just silly, but
if it works, but that's kind of demeaning. So
it's like what do we say? Buy Sam's book, right? Don't. I mean, look, we're not gonna tell anybody don't super chat, don't donate. And super chatting, by the way, on Rumble, just to be clear, the split is 100% for Sam.
Yes,
it's not like YouTube where they take a whole big cut. The split's 100%. So if you want to donate through that way, that's absolutely fine. But you notice we're not going to sit here and shill it. What are we going to shill, Sam?
Well, first off, I'm going to change things up a little bit. I'm going to say, before I show my book, I want to announce that my friend Eric Bishop, friend of the show, he re-released his first book under his own imprint now. The Body Man. I don't know.
For the layman means he's going to get a much nicer cut if you buy this version.
Yeah. It's cheaper too. It's only like $5 under his new thing. So, go and buy this. Also, as I mentioned on Twitter yesterday, if you're going to buy a Kindle, buy them refurbished, because they're only $60 refurbished. But if you want to buy my book,
and you do, you do. It's great.
And you can buy Shadows of Deception on Amazon. $9.99 for the paperback, $7.99 for the Kindle edition. And please leave a review.
Very much so. Also, I believe if you do the Kindle subscription, you can get that version with the subscription, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, and you can get Eric's book on Kindle Unlimited too. So
there you go. And then leave reviews because they really, really do help. But here's what I would say about that. Johnny Fox does a lot of fake reviews. He does review groups, okay? And what they do in their reviews is they don't actually read the book. They're all cross-promoting each other like a bunch of fucking grifters. And so they'll say, "Oh, it's a great book, best I've ever read." If you write a review for Sam's book, mention what you liked about it specifically. Story, characters, name the characters. Show us that you've read the book. That helps so much because then people know it's not fake. They know that you've actually read the book and you actually like it.
Well, also pro tip, don't review the book the same day you bought it, because that's like another.
Yeah.
Unless you're like an ultra with a shorter book like a novella, okay, yeah, maybe I can see that, like with one of mine, but like
just give it a day or two at least.
Yeah, give it a day or two.
And hey, we would love you to give it 5 stars, but give it your honest review.
So I mean, so far it's gotten 5 out of 5. So
yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say you have to give them 5 stars. Give them what you feel it's worth. We would appreciate 5 stars. But we appreciate you giving a review at all.
And also, while we're talking about reviews, if you like the podcast on Spotify, leave stars there too. I don't think there's a way to write reviews on Spotify yet. There should be. And then if you're on Rumble, unlike YouTube, you can actually downvote videos on Rumble. So if you want to, I would appreciate your upvote, but if for some reason you don't like this episode, give us your downvote too.
And I totally would understand that, because I'm a little buzzed right now.
I'm
always sober on the show, so I guess unless you count smoking pot.
Well, and listen, I know that like someone on Twitter just tagged me, and this is a fair criticism. I'm drinking Guinness from a can, which is like a no-no. So if you want to downvote because of that, I understand that too. But my glasses are in the dishwasher, and I ran out of Yingling, so this is all I have.
And I guess Mort had a, quote, full browser crash, just in case anybody wondered.
Yeah. But,
yeah, and the other thing is I am working on the Pussy Smoke t-shirts. So I asked a question, and I asked if people would prefer the cheaper shirts or the higher quality shirts. And universally, the answer from people who did answer was that they would prefer the higher quality shirts. I do think the price is still going to be in the $50 range before tax and shipping.
Yeah.
That's going to be the Pussy Smoke shirt. We're going to put a lot of effort into it. We're going to make sure it's like cool. But we're going to do both. So there's going to be a more simple, maybe a little more tasteful in public than Pussy Smoke shirt that is mainly just a Whitfield Report logo shirt, and we're gonna do that through the cheaper one and try to get them out there for as cheap as possible. So we're gonna do both, and if you just want to get the shirt to support the show, cool. You might want to go with the regular design. But if you really want something nice and a little better design, the Pussy Smoke t-shirts, I can guarantee we'll have it hashed out by March at the latest. But we're really putting a lot of effort into. We don't want to sell you crap.
No.
And we don't want to beg you to just throw money, because that's what like Mersh does, right? And it's fucking tasteless. And we don't like. I'm not saying that the money wouldn't help. Okay, but we don't need your money. We're not going to kill ourselves like Mersh if you don't donate money. We both have income. We're going to be okay. We just enjoy doing the show. So if you appreciate us, that's great, right? But we would rather provide you with high quality stuff.
Yeah, well, and I would also go a step further. Like, if you want to give me money, like, yeah, if you want to super chat me, like, by all means, I'm not going to stop you. But it would mean a lot also if you were to buy the book and give me a royalty that way. Yeah,
the book is a bigger deal, because the more sales it gets in the book, the more sales he's going to get. So everyone he sells is helpful.
And
this is why we push the book, because it's a much better strategy.
And no matter if you buy it in, in paperback or ebook format, you get something in return. And you know, that's, I mean, I'm a capitalist, so I definitely I like that.
I'm looking at marketing opportunities for something to give. Again,
Yeah.
I want you to have something in return. And again, the book is the best way right now, and it probably will, even after the t-shirts, probably be the best thing to do. But the Pussy Smoke t-shirt's just going to be too funny.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, the rough idea is a cartoon cat, and its tail is on fire. And then the smoke from the fire comes up and it forms the hashtag Pussy Smoke text. And then all over the rest of the shirt is going to be like equations and things made out of smoke as well to represent the great math work. I want to call him Dr. Craig, but he's not a doctor yet. He will be very soon.
You know what? Like, I realize that people don't have to wear that in public, but like, I can't speak for the rest of the country, but like in Florida at least, you could definitely wear that t-shirt out in public.
I think with the cat makes it, that's kind of why I'm going that design makes it so you could wear it in public a little bit. And again, also, this is why I want to offer another alternative, less edgy t-shirt. If you want a t-shirt, you don't want to wear Pussy Smoke, makes sense to me. I'll probably get one of each myself.
Well, and people have also asked me if I'm going to do like a mug or something at some point. Maybe.
What about beer stein? Wouldn't that be better than a mug? Because everybody does mugs.
You know what? Max? Actually, that's a good point because people know I'm a beer drinker. So it would be more appropriate. Yeah, I get you. You guys all want to like make fun of Steven Crowder for doing, it's kind of a meme at this point, right? With Crowder and the whole
We'll
mug.
do the beer club. Fuck your mug club. We'll do the beer club.
Beer club. You know what? It's no longer around anymore, but like a couple of friends of mine in college, actually, they did a weekly podcast. I can't remember the name. It was it was a really short like vlog, but they did a weekly beer review, and it was actually pretty good. So, yeah.
Well, join the beer club. That sounds good. It sounds better than the mug club, honestly. I'd be way more likely to join a beer club than a mug club.
My Crowder mug has not held up great either, and I've only hand washed it, but
for the people that bought my cringing over coffee mugs, they say they held up all right, but
apparently
I didn't buy one.
Well, apparently your mug held up better than Steven Crowder's like $70 a hand edge.
Yeah, mine was like $13.
Like, I'm not gonna deny.
Granted, all the cringing over coffee merchandise we ever did, I sold at cost. I never made a dime.
Yeah.
Which shows you how much I care about grifting off of you lovely people. Not at all.
Oh, I love the fact that me selling the book makes me a grifter, supposedly. No, it doesn't. I wrote
There's no grift. You're paying money for a book.
Yeah.
Right. That's not a grift. There's no scam involved. There's no sleight of hand. He wrote a book. It's good. I've read it.
I'm not, and the other thing is too, like, I'm not saying that the book will save America. This is I will admit that like a lot of the right-wing grifters will
No, but if you sell enough, it might get you the fucking wheelchair that we've been bitching about all fucking year. Right? Let's be real. Like, it could improve his life. It's not going to save the fucking world.
I mean, with Amazon's royalty rate, rates, I would have to
It's
sell
a lot of fucking books.
I mean, at that point, we might as well do a GoFundMe or something and probably get like a little. But
I've considered that, but it just like, even though
yeah,
it's legitimate, it just feels bad, doesn't it?
you know what? You know what though? Like this is another, like, not to get back onto Trump too much, but like this is another case for Trump. Like Trump actually wanted to repeal Obamacare and replace it with something. Like I actually read his healthcare policy, and it actually seemed pretty decent. And for whatever reason, the Republicans, they just never came up with a good proposal.
Because
So
they were in opposition to Trump for the first 2 years of his presidency, which everybody forgets.
yeah,
They passed zero legislation through the first 2 years where they had control of both the House and the Senate. That tells you everything you need to know. They didn't pass anything. They never sent anything to his desk when they had control. And the biggest one he was saying was the healthcare one. And then when they finally said, we're never going to fucking get a healthcare one, he said, all right, well, I'm going to get rid of the mandate. Biden has reinstated, by the way. And
I know.
alone, I'm going to tell you this, that alone, Trump coming in, if he gets rid of the mandate again, which he absolutely will change people's lives for the better.
The
$2,000 a year really fucks some people over.
The ACA.
Not everybody can afford a fucking insurance plan, and then it's like, oh, you can't afford an insurance plan? Hey, pay us $2,000. Like,
well, the fact that like so when I went through the whole paperwork to get my wheelchair the first time, I was on my mother's private insurance that she had through their company, right? But it was under the Biden presidency. Under the Biden presidency, even private insurers had to go under the Medicaid rules for durable medical equipment, which essentially, without boring people with all the technical jargon I had to learn and study, basically, I wasn't eligible to get a new wheelchair because the government said so.
Right, and we also discovered when we were talking about this, they'll pay $50,000 for one single transition, and that doesn't necessarily include surgery. $50,000 for that. $50,000 for that. You could get Sam 5 wheelchairs for that.
Yeah.
And
five nice ones too.
Nice.
At that.
And how many veterans could use a nice wheelchair? You know, but no, we got to have this 18-year-old autistic liberal get her trans surgery to pretend she's a little boy.
Yeah. Trump. I kind of want to flag now, if I'm being honest, to match yours. I think Max's banner basically says I
got it specifically because of the slogan "Take America Back," right?
Yeah,
because that's where we're at. I know he's still doing MAGA, and that's great. It's a good message, but take America back. The problem is if he actually used that as his slogan, the media would fucking never let him forget it.
Well, they're already like marching out the dictator. Like that was the funniest thing. Too,
he's such a tyrant that we need to like falsely imprison, lie about him, fucking investigate his whole family. Like he's such a dictator. We got to do all the dictator stuff against him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even Harry, like, and that was the thing that Harry Sussin, or whatever his name, Harry Sisson, and oh, he's only 20 years old. How can you criticize him, Sam? Fuck off. I was doing this shit when I was younger than him, and I received criticism. Listen,
he's only 20 years old. He shouldn't be talking politics because he's retarded. Because guess what? When you're a 20-year-old man, you're retarded. No offense.
well,
No
okay,
offense,
but-
audience, if you're a 20-year-old
no,
man.
yeah, okay.
But it's
well,
true.
No, it is true. But also, if you're gonna get into the sandbox like I did at 14, I admit maybe I was a little young to get into this when I did. I admit that. But even so, if you're gonna get into a sandbox at the early age and play with the adults, you gotta take some adult licks. That's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that's unfair. If anything, it toughened me up a bit. So, but Harry's obviously protected by, by his well, just like Brooklyn Dad Defiant, he's a paid DNC shill, so they'll shield him from criticism. So, oh, I wasn't supposed to say that, was I? Oops.
Well, I made a post the other day on Twitter that I'd like to read because I feel like it's important and kind of relevant here. I said, there's nothing requiring me to accept anyone for whatever they do, are, or identify as. There is nothing banning me from judging people either. It is perfectly acceptable for me to not associate with anyone for any or no reason at all. Did you all forget this?
Yeah.
This idea that you have to be nice is what I'm getting at here.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to be nice. I don't have to accept people. And of course, a lot of people immediately think, oh, he's talking transgender. Anything. I don't have to accept you for who you are. I can judge you.
It honestly, like as a disabled, yes, I am going to say as a disabled person, because this has honestly been my experience.
Hold on, you're disabled?
I mean,
I never knew.
Right. No, I mean, I never, really bring it up, but honestly, like there's a set.
I'm sorry. I love the straight face you said that with.
I can. No, what's interesting though is like I've been in situations where like I can tell that people are being not. There's a difference between being nice and being in air quotes nice.
In balloon quotes nice.
And believe
you saw the balloons, right? When you did the air quotes, you had balloons.
That's perfect. That's actually I didn't see that because I'm looking at Twitter, but that's perfect.
That's pretty good. Yeah, no, like they're fake nice to you because they're afraid that they might say the wrong thing, and oftentimes it's actually worse.
Yeah, and they undermine my intelligence by doing that. So,
yeah, you'd be amazed how people like equate any kind of like physical thing that they can see directly to IQ as if that's a thing, right? And so they just oh, wheelchair guy, he must be retarded.
Well, they do the same thing with black people,
especially white liberals. Yeah, they fucking do.
I was
like they're toddlers and shit.
I was actually talking about this with our buddy Nashville. I was like, black people and cripples actually have a lot in common in the sense that the left both talks down to us.
Yeah, they talk to both of you like you're a toddler.
Yeah.
And it's especially funny when you have like an intelligent black friend and they do that and they just get roasted.
Yeah.
Because that happens in my circle of friends every now and again. Some old white cat ladies can be like, oh, it's so great that you're doing great for yourself. Oh, it's so nice. And they're like, bitch, what am I, 5? Fuck off. The same kind of people, they'll have a Black Lives Matter sign on their front fucking porch. Never had a black person in their house in their life. You know what I mean? Like, Black Lives Matter over there. Yeah, they matter over there. They don't matter so much here.
Or they don't look like the prim and proper. They don't look like what they think a black person should look like. So so they're afraid.
I get a lot. Like, I have some ghetto ass friends, right? And they dress like they're from the fucking hood. Now, sometimes that's pretty. I was talking with Nashi about this the other day. He showed a video